a tree up on the hill, and days go by on your windowsill, and you're standing in its shade. Raise your children tall and proud, chase away the lightning clouds until you finally get old and gray. We all fade away. Plant a flag and make a stand, build a fence around your land, but by and by the stones will crumble down. Spend your life for what it's worth, but one day you'll return to earth and leave your DNA above the ground. So I guess you'll still be around. Troubles that we go through in our lives, and all the time we're wasting living up our lives. Whoa, we're only here for a short while. Better take it with a smile and try. Take it all in stride. All in stride. Fear will hold you in your place. Hide inside, don't show your face, and maybe it'll all just go away. But one day you might ask yourself, are all my dreams up on a shelf, and all I have to show is this wasted time? No rhythm and no rhyme. All the trouble that we go through in our lives, and all the time we're wasting living up our lives. Whoa, we're only here for a short while. You better take it with a smile. Whoa, the past is gone forever. You better leave it all behind. Take it all in stride. Whoa, we're only
in the closet way back. I won't be needing that. I won't be needing that. I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high, hit the coastline in the sunshine. It's only blue skies on my horizon line, so far from the hurt and the bad times. I'm feeling so alive, I'm feeling so alive. Yeah. I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high, hit the coastline in the sunshine.
Hello, everyone, and a massive, massive welcome to Snykcon 2020. Finally, the day has come. My name is Simon Maple. I'm absolutely thrilled to be your host for the next couple of days, and equally happy to introduce my co-host, Crystal Hirschhorn. Crystal, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited about today.
Excellent. So what are the kind of things that you're looking forward to over the next couple of days?
Well, we've got like a lineup of more than 80 speakers and different types of tracks coming up. So you can go to the keynote stage, the product track, an engineering track, a demos track. So it's a great mix of content that we've got coming up for you all.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, you and I will be here throughout the day to keep everyone on track, making sure everyone's having an amazing experience and in the right places at the right time. One thing we should say, of course, is first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing Snykcon. There are a number of many different virtual events happening right now, of course, and thank you for choosing Snykcon over those or as well as those. We have a packed agenda over the next 2 days. And here are some highlights. Crystal, you mentioned 80 speakers, 80 plus speakers in 2 days, industry leaders, Snyk customers, Snyk product creators, and top analysts as well. It's a really, really solid speaker lineup that we've got. Also, as a conference, we have raised more than $150,000, which we're going to be donating to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So a massive thank you to all our sponsors, and of course you, our attendees, for donating as part of that of those tickets as well. Okay, a couple of other things that I'll mention. We have a really exciting keynote that's going to be happening. It's at 7:30 Pacific time in the morning, 10:30 Eastern time, and 3:30 p.m. Here in the UK, British summertime. A couple of people there. We have Peter McKay, CEO of Snyk. We also have the president and co-founder Guy Podgiani and Anur, who is our CPO, our Chief Product Officer. They're going to be talking about all the kind of things that are coming up next in the Snyk security platform. I am really looking forward to that one, and we've got some very, very interesting things that we're going to be saying. So please do hang on for that session and make sure you're available for that. One other thing which is happening later on tonight, there is a happy hour which is happening 8:50 p.m. UK time, 3:50 p.m. Eastern time, and this is live music coding from Sam Aaron. Now, I've seen Sam a number of times across the world in person playing. This is the first time I'm going to be doing it from my own home. Crystal, have you ever heard Sam Aaron play?
I haven't, but I have seen live coding before and as music, and that's really super cool to watch.
It is,
exciting.
and there's going to be a couple of things that we're going to be doing. We're going to start talking to him about how he does it. He's going to talk us through some of the loops and other things, and then he's also going to do a little set for us as well. So let's do a little bit of housekeeping. So Crystal, let me share my screen, and why don't you talk us through a little bit of some of the things that we're going to be expecting to see today. So this is the Pine tool. Why don't you talk us through it?
So here you're going to start off in the lobby section. Maybe follow along with us. One thing to say is maybe don't click through, because then you might lose us. But here you'll start off in the lobby section. Probably the first place you want to go to is this live stream space. So here you can see all the different tracks that are running and the streams that are running right now, and get a feel for what's happening now and what's coming up. So have a look here first. And then you can click through to one of them. Here we've got the keynote stage. So you can click through here, and in about 6 minutes, we'll be kicking off with the first keynote. On the right, you've also got a chat window here, so you can chat to your fellow attendees. We're trying to encourage as much community feel, even though it's a virtual conference. So please do have a chat there. You can also, the speakers, and sometimes we'll hang out there, so you can ask questions to the speaker, and also there will be a lot of conference organizers who are more than happy to help answer any questions. We've also got this drop-down window here, where you, on the right at the top, where you can go straight into another track if you want to. So you can jump straight in there and see what's happening on another track at any point. All of the session, I think maybe we've mentioned this later, but all the sessions are recorded as well. So like if you're jumping from track to track, don't feel like you're going to miss out. Everything's recorded and you can watch it later. So the next bit was around planning your day. So you might want to think about how you want to plan your day. Because there are so many talks and there's so many tracks, we've found a platform where you can bookmark things. So you can actually bookmark the talks, but you can also bookmark individual speakers as well. Like if there's a particular speaker that you also want to watch, you can go in there and bookmark it. And once you've done a few of those, you can go into this space called My Schedule, and it'll list it out here for you nicely, so you can follow along. Yeah, cool.
So, Crystal, of all these sessions, Crystal, is there anything in particular? Of course, they're all going to be amazing, but is there anything in particular that you're particularly interested in watching today?
Yeah, of course. So we're starting off with a kind of a panel discussion on the evolution of DevOps over the last 5+ years with Patrick Dubois, and he's got a fantastic lineup of industry DevOps heavyweights joining him. So Sasha Rosenbaum, Gene Kim, and John Willis. That'll be really interesting. I'd really like to hear about how this has, how security plays a part in this and how that's changing the landscape there. And another one as well is this talk from DJ Schleen from Rally Health around blowing up your security. We're all engineers. And the reason why I really like this one is because I'm very passionate about DevOps as a mindset, but this is about fostering an AppSec mindset in your software organization and making that more of a shared responsibility, just like we do in the sort of wider DevSecOps space.
Absolutely, really, really key in the DevSecOps. When you're trying to move to a DevSecOps style approach. I love the session with Patrick Dubois and Beyond the DevOps Handbook. Of course, many people on attendees will have already read that or referenced it many times in their in their careers as well. Patrick Dubois, we should give out a special shout out to a couple of people. Actually, you mentioned Patrick Dubois, who's a fellow colleague, as well as Sam Hepburn. Massive thank you to the two of you who have done an incredible job over the recent months in making Snykcon happen. So thank you both. You deserve a big shout out there. Okay, so let's carry on through the platform.
Cool.
Let's go to the
let's look at the virtual expo. So this is where we have all of our sponsors. So you can go through here and have a look. You can click through to any one of these sponsors to kind of see what they're about, talk to them, ask some questions, see things like this promo videos. And some of them actually have some what's the word I'm looking for? Giveaways. Yes. So yes, that's right. Yeah. So raffles. That was the word I was looking for. Raffle. So please go and have a talk with them. There's different sponsors, but they also have people in each one of these answering questions. Cool. And what else have we got? So ways to engage with different attendees at the conference. There's several different ways. So we already talked about the keynote stage, and there is one chat window per track, per stage. But there are also different ways that you can communicate with your fellow attendees. So we also have the event chat, which you can see here. There are different chat rooms here listed on the left, and you can go through to any one of these. You can ask questions, or if you've got a concern, you can also go in here and talk to any one of the conference organizers and hopefully get that answered here. We've also got hallway track as well. So this is quite a cool concept. So this basically pairs you up with someone random, and you can kind of do like this 5-minute pairing, speed dating to kind of get to know them, and then hopefully you can make more connections, more networking will happen through that. And then lastly, we've got this DevSecOps speed dating, speed pairing concept as well, which tries to foster collaboration, build bridges between developers and security minded people. So trying to pair you with someone from a different background, essentially, and kind of build those bridges. And I think we want to mention our tagline, which is secure together. That's what this conference is all about. Last couple things. So we've also got a Snyk Genius Bar as well. And here you can go through and you can talk to Rob Hicks. He's one of our experts on all the Snyk product lines. So if you want to find out more about Snyk and ways of getting these products into your developer pipeline, your software development lifecycle, come here, ask us questions. Happy to help. And the very last thing is the code of conduct, really important. So you can see here, well, you can see here on that you can click through right to our code of conduct. And please do reach out to us if you do see anybody breaching the code of conduct. I think it goes without saying, just, treat everyone with respect, be nice, and have a great conference.
And of course, don't forget to join us at Snykcon as well. That's a very useful thing out there as well. Okay, so that's a feel free to go to the help section of the event chat if you have any problems. Would also love you to share comments, photos, live tweets. Use the Snykcon hashtag with all of your networks, because you want to tell all of your friends, your family, people you don't like, anyone. Just tell them all about how awesome Snykcon is. All videos will be placed up on Snykcon after the sessions have been given, and they're also going to be available at our new user community found at community.snyk.io. And here this is effectively like a user community forum, and you'll be able to see some of our previous sessions up on there as well. So that's pretty much it. We don't want to take too much more of your time. So with that, have an amazing Snykcon 2020 and enjoy all of the sessions and all of the engagement with others. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sasha Rosenbaum, and this is a panel dedicated to DevOps Handbook and the future of DevOps. First, I will let my participant introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Patrick Doy, and I'm the Director of Market Strategy at Snyk.
Hi, my name is Gene Kim, and I've been studying high-performing technology organizations for 21 years.
Hey, I'm John Willis. I work for Red Hat, and I've been hanging out with Gene and Patrick for good or bad for quite a long time.
Nice. So basically, we are talking about this book in this session. So it's kind of 5 years since the book, 10 years since the whole DevOps thing started. So what changed in the 10 years for you all?
Gene?
Oh my goodness, yeah. So I have loved studying, the principles and patterns behind DevOps, and I think what I find most surprising and rewarding is seeing how that even though so many of the practices were pioneered by the tech giants, the Facebooks, Amazon, Netflix, Googles, Microsofts, it really is being embraced by every organization across every industry vertical, regardless of company size, regardless of industry vertical, and using it to compete and win in the marketplace. And Patrick and I, we had a chance to work together for the DevOps Enterprise Summit that was virtual last week. And one of the things I got so much gratification of was just to see the seniority of the people speaking, showing that DevOps matters to people who matter, that it really is impactful for organizations. And so that was just I think year after year continues to awe and amaze me in terms of DevOps's impact on any organization that has technology in the way that they create value for customers.
I think I double down on that. I think that, remember in the early days, right, there was this question. I think we all intuitively knew that this was going to have roots in the enterprise. But, going into sort of that first DevOps Enterprise Summit, when we put out the CFP, there's still, to me, I'm like, what we think and what we know. And then, we saw so many contributions in the CFP from large enterprises. And then over the years, year after year, it's just more enterprises, more executive level people coming, and just the growth and the manifestation of DevOps in the enterprise at every level. Has been very happy to see that play out.
Just as you predicted 11 years ago, right, Patrick?
Yes.
So this seems to be an inside joke, but I know that 10 years ago when we were trying to talk to people about continuous delivery and DevOps, right? Most people would be like, oh yeah, this will never work here, right? The small companies would be like, oh, this is only good for Google. And the big companies like, oh, we're 40 years old. What are you talking about? We could never transform, right? But now it seems like every CEO and CTO are going through the digital transformation for their company. So from your experience on maybe consulting on this or working with companies doing this, what are the biggest challenges that you see?
John, that's one for you, man.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, one of the sort of real evidence, right, is when you hear banks say that chaos engineering is a critical piece of the way to banking, right? That's, we've crossed over, we're solidly on Terraform here, right? Where, to your point, that back in the day, people would say they could never do infrastructure as code in the enterprise, or this idea of continuous deployment could never happen. And now you're hearing financial companies talk about chaos engineering as not only something we're thinking of doing, we can't live without. So yeah, I think again the maturity of both the technology. That's the beauty of this whole thing, right? Is that there, back in the day there was this convergence of open source, cloud technology, and this new way of thinking, the sort of culture of this DevOps thing, and it was all sort of colliding. And to watch that now today, where the technology is insane, and it's still at the collaborative efforts is still at par with the technology, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think for using another buzzword, BizDev, SecOps, or whatever. The fact that we're finally getting the whole business to agree that this is bringing value. And also, what I've studied recently is more about finding that IT might not be the only bottleneck. So it could be in different parts. It could be, in your hiring process. It could be in your sales process. And they all need to align. And that, kind of global optimization we first thought about, like dev and ops, kind of, optimizing that tension point, is now across a company or across the whole company transformation. It's balancing those kind of ecosystems together, that the optimum of the global business is actually reached, instead of the IT level only or the finance level only.
Yeah, by the way, one of the things I love about where this movement is taking us is just now, as often as Patrick was alluding to, we need aspirations and dreams big enough, for the technology organization to really step up and contribute to. One of the ones that really rocked my world last year was hearing the U.S. Bank talk about how they create a cross-functional team across all of business, risk, and technology, and enable small businesses to apply for loans and get approved and have hundreds of thousands of dollars of money wired into their bank accounts within minutes or hours. And so that, to me, that just shows that the bar is indeed being raised, and I think that's what we need. Aspiration is big enough, for us to really move the needle in terms of what matters to customers. And by the way, just to share a story, to what John said, I think is so great that so many things that we found so shocking 11 years ago, for example, the 10 deploys per day at Flickr by John Alspaugh and Paul Hammond, we now take for granted. As you were saying, Sasha, I actually heard from Mike Nygaard, that the author of the Release It book. He said when he first heard about the 10 deploys a day presentation, he thought that maybe they weren't lying, but they were using some sort of slippery definition of deployment that didn't match up with his. He said, we do 10 a year, and that doesn't translate very well to to good outcomes. So these days, I think that's what we really expect in a high performing team.
And like you mentioned, you do research on this stuff, right? And the most surprising thing that came out of that research is that speed is not an opposite of quality, right? Actually, when you move faster, you actually break things less, right? Because you develop the muscle for actually doing this well, right?
Oh.
I think I want to pivot a little bit and ask a question about, DevOps has been transformed into many, many buzzwords, right? One of the latest buzzwords that's been gaining popularity is DevSecOps. And I know John and Patrick have been talking about this. So maybe kind of talk about what's different between DevOps and DevSecOps.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here because it's interesting. I've written about this a couple of times about like sort of DevSecOps. Get over it; it's just a name. But early on, everybody wanted to change the name DevOps, right? And there was a lot of us, yourself, Joshua, all of us were like, don't change the name. It's just a metaphor, right? Like, you don't have to call biz dev, marm, and then DevSecOps came along, and Shannon Leitz coined it, and I'm like, go argue with Shannon. She's brilliant. But the thing was, it two things that I think sort of broke the glass, into my opinion. One is it got people excited. And that's what DevOps did, right? So I didn't want to throw out the name. And I had good friends call me, John, please don't use that name. And but it got people excited. And I remember being at RSA, we would run a DevOps track, pre-track, and we called it DevSecOps. And all of a sudden, a ton of security people showed up. And I asked them, why are you here? And they were like we feel like we were invited. So I think that sometimes you have to use a name. But I want to say that now what's funny is I always said I wish there will be a day where we don't have to use the name. And I'm actually seeing that, because what happens now, I go into large banks and I hear them call it the DevSecOps pipeline, right? And so that means they're actually already sort of combining the name. They don't say, well, there's the DevOps pipeline and there's and so, maybe sort of mission accomplished, but it's a weird thing to hear it called the DevSecOps pipeline, but to them it means everything. It means everything you're doing for continuous delivery and pipeline, and it has the security overlay. So again, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. So I think basically the two biggest points you mentioned is giving people common language to talk about something, right? So labels are important because they give us a shared language to define things. And then also inviting people to the table, which could be problematic for all the other people, like, dev marketing ops, dev rel ops, dev everything else ops. But hey, security is important. What I think is, like, when I look at the world of security today, I feel like it's just in the beginning of this journey into automation, right? So security is often perceived as something that's manual, that's done by people, that can't be automated. And I think maybe DevSecOps kind of tells me a story of we're starting the journey of doing better at this in taking away routine tasks. Like, right, again, we're not taking away your job, we're making it better by giving you more time to think about more interesting problems. Is that kind of how you think about it?
Yeah, I love that. I mean, we had Chris Porter, he's the Chief Information Security Officer of Fannie Mae, speak with their Chief Operations Officer, his boss, Kimberly Johnson. And he said there was a day when in security we felt our job was to protect developers from themselves. And he said we've abandoned that line of thinking, right? He said we don't care who does the work, as long as somebody does the work. And the goal is to create these paved roads where if you go down the paved road, life is going to be great. It's going to be fast. Everything's built into the pipelines. If not, it's going to be potholes, and you can get pulled over by the local law enforcement officials, right, and potentially hassled. So I thought that was just a really neat way of, I think, a big change in security where everything was around PDF files and GRC tools. Instead, really is integrating into the daily work of developers. That's definitely not the way I was trained 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I think so. Like, if we go back to the Phoenix project, right? There's this image of security as a blocker standing between me and deploying my code, right? And that's how we used to think about it. But the thing is, like, we have to bring. So this is something we talk about at GitHub a lot. Is there's millions of developers in the world, and there's less than 100,000 security researchers. Like, we can't, like, they can't be the one thing that stands between us and getting hacked, right? Like, we have to bring people to the table and solve these problems together. So I love the future flags that you just mentioned. Is there any other security best practices that we can think about implementing that you've seen around that you would recommend people look at?
Yeah, one of my favorite ones that it came from the guy who invented the OWASP dependency check project, Jeremy Long. And he said one of the best ways to be secure is just to keep your dependencies up to date. I love that. And he gave the example of the prime faces vulnerability where there was a certain Java library that, a CVE was disclosed, and suddenly every production version was taken over by Bitcoin miners. But it turned out that that vulnerability was actually fixed 2.5 years prior. And so had you just stayed current, you would have been, not at risk of that vulnerability. And of course, that's not easy, right? Because, the experience of many developers is that if you stay up to date, when you update your dependencies, you break everything.
Yeah, and I think it brings up the fact of trust, right? We're using a lot of the external dependencies, and we're kind of just going with it, and we expect that to be secure, right? And it is in promise theory. You say you decide your own fate, so that means you have to make it secure. You can't rely on others. They can make promises to you, but it is never an absolute. And that's the same thing with external services or libraries that you use, or even other groups or microservices that you use. You kind of have to take your own destiny in hands and make sure that you have an alternative path when things happen. With libraries and scanning, that's only one part, but you still have to be resilient if they do fail, because there's always the window of opportunity that's not going to happen. But on the flip side as well, we have to become trustworthy to others. So it's not only others that need to do the work for us. We need to become trustworthy to others. So as a security person, we need to help others. We need to be there on time. When the backlog is discussed, or we have to understand that there's a business reason why something has to go into production, even if we do know there's a vulnerability, and kind of building up that relationship, being trust others and being trustworthy. And I know in security it's really hard, because one rule is trust nobody. But it is part of that, building that trust over time that will make the difference, in my opinion.
And so I'm going to jump into this again. You can see I feel strongly by this, but the check but verify everything is also insane in terms of cognitive load, right? As a person, I'm not going to reverse engineer every single library I download, right? So that's why I say we have to automate this. And luckily, there's more and more tools in this market, including some from Snyk or some from GitHub, that can allow you to actually go and automate these things away, so they're maybe not completely transparent, but at least easier for you to do as a security professional.
I was just going to add, last year, so Gene runs a forum where a bunch of us go to Portland every year and we work on these papers. And I don't know, there's like 75 of these papers now. And last year was it Nike, PNC, Capital One, Marriott, and Mike Nygaard at Sabre. We wrote a paper about it. We call it DevOps Automated Reference Architecture, where basically the idea was that you start creating digital evidence sort of in the model of a blockchain of everything that happens as you're doing things. So you move from a subjective model of describing all these changes in the change record to actual digitally signed evidence. And what that does is it doesn't solve all your problems, but now you have a clear case. You can sort of replay. You can find the needle. You don't have to find a needle in the haystack. And more important, when you work with the risk people to sort of drive those controls into that automated governance, which some companies are doing right now, you shorten the feedback loop between the real risks and the sort of 1990 risks that like are just sitting there that people have to deal with. And you're able to sort of scale those out, figure out the ones that are real, and you start creating a tighter feedback loop between what really is sort of risk worthy and is non-human derived. So I do think that's one of the, because the bottom line is the dependency map, like what we can put in every dependency manager out there, we can add a gazillion vulnerability scans. Sorry, it is a nightmare. And you get into Node, I mean, just talk to Matt for 5 minutes about how scary Node is, right? So I'm not saying we can't do all those things, but our best, I think our best defense is, clear attestation models of everything gets delivered every time, every delivery.
I do think that the tools are definitely getting better. So like if it used to be that it was all false positives and kind of almost useless to read the reports, they're definitely getting much more accurate in the last few years. So this is the point of this recording where I ask you to predict the future. So what do you think? How do you think the DevSecOps world will evolve in the next 10 years?
I hope, I can't predict, I don't have a glass ball, but I hope they're actually going to get closer to using production feedback to make decisions in the developer stack for security. So that we're closing that feedback loop, not just devs and sec working together or sec and ops, but kind of the whole pipeline feeding back to decisions. And I think there's a multitude of products and companies that will try to tackle that feedback loop as well.
I'm terrible at prognostication, but I mean, my hope, to use Patrick's language, is that, we're nearing 100% of, market share in terms of, the way people work. I mean, my best guess is, we're 5% of the way there, right? IDC says there's about 20 million developers on the planet. I love the GitHub stats. The numbers are even bigger than that, like 40 million. But I think, if how many people are actually working in the real DevOps-y like way. And I think it's like at best it's 1 million, right? And so that means, we're 2%, 5% of the way there. And so we know how important DevOps is. We know how much value it creates. And so my fondest hope is that, over the next 10 years, that number just keeps going up and hopefully reaches, high double digits. So that's my hope.
And I'll just add, I think I would like to see a world where risk controls are part of the ideation, fluently part of the ideation, so that we're not living in this sort of, 1,000-column spreadsheets or these old risk controls that mandate how, almost everywhere you go, even today in 2020, you'll hear it takes me a week to development and it takes me another 6 weeks to actually get it into production. And it's just arcane 20, 30, 40-year-old risk controls that can't be arbitrated. I think there's a world coming where risk will actually and be involved in ideation, be part of story as clear as we've accomplished it with ops, we get that with risk. And so risk is just a development flow, and it's less about static control definitions and more about ideation. So.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming together. I super enjoyed this conversation. It was too short, so hopefully we get to talk together again soon. And thanks everyone for coming. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Sasha.
Bye. Hey, thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm DJ Schleen. I'm a Senior Manager of Application Security at Rally Health. I'm really excited to be here today at Snykcon 2020 to talk a little bit about some of the ideas and some of the things that I've been doing over the past few months since I joined Rally Health. This presentation is called Blow Up Your Security, and I hope you enjoy it. No matter if you're a small organization starting your journey towards adopting DevSecOps practices, or you're a large organization with existing programs in place to address application security, one of the things that's critical is having visibility into your applications, your source code, and the languages that your engineering team uses to develop software. That's one of the things that I did when I came into the role of a senior manager of application security. I wanted to leverage the existing programs that were in place and have an ability to take a more engineering-centric approach to application security. Now, some of the concerns that the application security program I wanted to put in place addressed were mainly three separate categories, and of course some periphery of concepts and concerns that any application security team is going to have to address. The first pillar of concern is called analyzers, and what I wanted to do was find out how our configurations for our applications stood up from a security perspective. Were we exposing secrets? Were we injecting them into our products the right way? That kind of thing. I wanted to take a look at our application security vulnerabilities and enhance those programs to take a look at what kind of vulnerabilities that we had and what kind of third-party components we were using in our application, and get a handle on that and see what vulnerabilities that we actually had out in the field at the time. Infrastructure is another concern, and as we start moving towards more of an infrastructure as code mentality in our engineering organizations, we really need to take a look at our engineering infrastructure. Is our infrastructure configured properly? Are we encrypting things? Are we injecting secrets into those open source or source readable application pieces of code? Validation is another concern that I wanted to take a look at, which is when we validate our policies and things that we have defined at a governance, risk, and compliance level in our security organization. So are we encrypting S3 buckets? Are we utilizing the proper password strength in our applications? So validation is a big part of that. We want to be able to ensure that the policies that we put in place actually hit the code and are implemented in the code that goes out the door. Penetration testing is another part of that validation, where we're looking at the application from an external view and seeing what we can find that possibly our automated tool sets can't. So this is looking at ways around authentication systems, etc. Observation is the number one thing that I needed to address. Is what were we having show up in our logs? What kind of policies were we running, and how many were passing, how many failing, and the visibility for the vulnerabilities we have, and how do we address and triage these? And of course, the periphery, which is the educational aspects of software security, training and teaching our engineers and helping them learn software best practices for software, secure software development, and how to manage secrets, as well as to overly simplify as much as we could any of the security programs that we were putting in place from an application security perspective. And that's just what engineers are looking for, is that simplistic approach to application security. Now, don't get me wrong, there are security tools that were in place when I joined the organization. They just weren't visible on an enterprise level. Application security is definitely taken seriously by a lot of engineers. And I think as a software security organization, sometimes we don't give enough credit to the engineers that they are actually trying to secure their code as they start learning about these concepts. That's where education really comes into play. So what we wanted to do, and this is an overview of the action plan that was put together, was we wanted to solve security problems with engineering effort. We wanted to answer questions with an engineering mindset. How do we integrate security into our pipelines with little to no business impact. We want to make sure that all the application flows out to production as fast as possible and with as much security baked in as we can. We don't want to interrupt the value that's being delivered to our customers. The second thing that we wanted to ask ourselves was, how do we automate the verification and analysis and vulnerability management in a way that we could maintain it with a smaller team and more effectively change it as we learn more about the process and learn more about the impact of our security tools on our automated processes. And the third thing we wanted to do is see how we could disseminate that information, the things that we got from the observability, and who could get the information or who should get the information and what frequency they should get it, and is it relevant to their concern or to their domain of expertise or their organizational unit. So the truth that we found after looking at a lot of ways for implementing security tooling into our automated pipelines and some of the lessons learned from implementations in the past that I've been a part of is that security is really addressed best when it happens before a merge happens in a commit. So when a developer is committing code and creating a pull request to have their changes merged into their main branch, that the security scanning and verification is happening in that step before the code even gets into the main branch of a repository. So this is one of the things that we came up with, which is triggering some of these checks as code gets merged in or before code gets merged in. So the first thing we want to do is verify that the new changes don't violate any organizational policies that we have in place. And these are the coded policies. So policy is code that we've defined that get applied to the code when it gets checked in and put into a pull request. And we validate that these changes don't violate those policies. So, for example, we are looking again at those encryption keys or encryption flags on an S3 bucket. We want to make sure secrets don't exist inside of our code base. These are the kind of checks that we're looking for when we want to verify the code. The second thing we want to do is analyze the code inside of that pull request. So we're going to look at things like software composition analysis, look for open source software that's in our systems, and look at the vulnerabilities that exist in those components. And then we can act on those in certain ways. We can create pull requests that come out that remediate those issues. We can deal with them right then and there inside of the pull request and remediate them. Or we can look at creating a JIRA ticket, for example, and remediating those at a later date and prioritizing them in our backlog. We can look at static analysis and security testing in this analysis phase, which is looking at the software security issues and vulnerability issues in the code that we do create in our environments and in our organization. We can also look at different non-security related functions. So is the build succeeding? Are our unit test cases passing? These are the kind of things that we can do inside of this pull request. And the third thing we want to look at is simplifying things. So after we look at the validation of policy and the analysis of code, we can have discussions inside that pull request and have a log of the remediation and the fixing and the justification for fixing or not fixing inside of that pull request itself. And the nice thing about that is it's a documentation effort. What we're doing here is we are addressing security issues before the code gets into the merge and gets merged into our main line of code. And that causes some interesting conversations. So think about an automobile manufacturing assembly line. If something happens to your airbags in your car as you install them on the assembly line, and there's a problem, the assembly line can get stopped and the issue gets remediated right away. But there's not a ticket or a work order that gets created to remediate that. It's a scramble, people fix it, and things move on. And so that's like looking at an application as it's being assembled inside of a build pipeline? Do we create a JIRA ticket or a work item just because something's happening before the application gets merged or the code gets merged into our main line? Well, the answer is no. It's a discussion point. You wouldn't create a build ticket or something like that to remediate a build breakage. You'd fix it before it gets merged into the main line. We have to treat security in the same way as engineers treat the code, and the vulnerabilities or the bugs that exist and that potentially break builds at that pull request time. So reworking the changes, on the assembly line of the automobile manufacturing plant, when that car gets out of the building is when we start the warranty process. And then we create service tickets and work orders and that kind of thing to remediate defects in our manufacturing process in the car. And that's the same kind of thing. After the code gets merged into our main code line in our source code repository, that's when we want to address those issues and ensure that we have something to track that work. So one of the big myths that I think is that security always breaks the build, right? And it can. So one of the mistakes a lot of people who are adopting automated security programs and practices and starting to integrate these things into their automated pipelines and their automation techniques is they will set up these tools to break the build. And the problem with that is a lot of security issues can't necessarily be remediated right away. So for example, you might have a vulnerability in a piece of code that's an open source component. You might have a newer, cleaner component that you could go to and have that fixed inside of that pull request process. But what happens if you have no remediation for that? Maybe the component's not supported anymore. Maybe there is no new version yet. So then what do you do? And that's goes into the fact of this is like mistakes break builds, and that's what pull requests are for. So if we can't do things like that, we need to have a solution to have an exception to let the build continue. And that's where security engineering really comes into play, where application security engineers need to think like software engineers and come up with a solution that keeps the flow going on that assembly line of product. So this is a solution that we came up with to start introducing some of these concepts such as infrastructure as code validation, policy as code, and policy checking, and integrating some of our other traditional security tools like software composition analysis and static analysis and security testing into our pull request process. And this is, again, the perfect place to put it because we're dealing with an atomic code change, and we can do things in either an incremental way, or we have the control of scanning things on a holistic way on the whole entire application. So here we have a check that's set in place. And if there is a break, we can have right here an exception request that triggers an exception conversation and an exception flow that can make it back to our governance, risk, and compliance tools so that we can track that a security exception exists or security vulnerability exists. And then how do we action the remediation of that issue later on and create a JIRA ticket or something like that for it. Again, that addresses some of these concerns that we might not be able to fix something immediately in the pipeline. So we don't want to halt the product development and the value being delivered. And so a little bit deeper look into what's happening in this stage. This is a GitHub application, so we can deploy it across all of our application repositories. So this is the importance of knowing what you have out there and what languages you have out there, so that when we put something across our GitHub organization, we don't really care if it's inner source, if it's outer source, or if it's piece of test code. No matter what it is, we're scanning it for vulnerabilities. We can get an exception to the checks for infrastructure code that's more of a tooling that we use for our automation. But from the code perspective itself, we can look at things like Terraform CI, where we're doing an application plan. We're ensuring that the Terraform code check-in conforms to specific application policies or security policies that we put in place. We can look at our security scan for other policies that we want to have in place. So our Kubernetes configuration, secret management, you name it. Because the policies are as code, we can apply whatever we can imagine to link a check in a automated way, all the way back to our GRC tools that actually define these compliance standards and governance and these control standards. So, HIPAA, NIST, 853, SOC 2, whatever compliance requirements that we have, we can take those all the way down to the code level, and then we can version that code. We have the attestation that our policies are actually being utilized and enforced. And then we can run our other tools. So here we have our software composition analysis being run. The nice thing about this is all of that information is coming out of this pull request in that scan for any of the languages that we support and coming right back into our centralized system where we can monitor and actually execute pull requests centrally on the application security team. So everything is combined into one step that goes all across our code base in our GitHub organization, which is fantastic because it allows us to quickly react to change ourselves on the security engineering side. And the same approach works with, again, other security scanning tools. You can even use this to integrate to any other tool. And this happens at that pull request. So whatever you do to package your application and whatever CI/CD tool you want to use, you know that by the time the code gets in and you start actioning all these additional processes to get the application to your staging or your delivery into green or blue environments, that security has already been taken into consideration. You can do additional checks, but you know that your code at the point where the scan was made has been clean. And this allows us from that centralized location to get our observation criteria in place. So we can throw information to the security operations center. So our software bill of materials, what we're utilizing in our software. We can send information and feedback back to the engineers by putting the scan results and that information back into the pull request so those discussions can happen. Our product owners can get visibility in things that can't be remediated instantly and have that they can groom into their backlogs. Audit gets satisfied because we have proof that our code is being scanned and policies are being enforced in our application code. Executives and stakeholders can get information such as how many individual vulnerabilities do we have? So do we have 6,000 high vulnerabilities, 500 mediums? How is that trending down? We can start calculating a lot of this information. Application security, we can get that information and centrally aggregate it and then do really cool things such as having a scorecard bot that sits in Slack where any executive can type in a scorecard name for themselves or for anybody on their team and find active KPIs right up to the minute, if not 15-minute delayed. But this is things that we're doing with some of this data coming out of these systems is getting information to our executives just as fast as we'd expect it to our developers. So we're shifting everywhere. We can make business decisions on application security quicker rather than at a delayed rate. And of course, the governance, risk, and compliance aspects of this is tying that information and those policies that we gather in a security organization and actually have irrefutable proof that they are being exercised, and we're looking for validation that things are not violating those policies as we check in the code. So a few things, for us to enable engineers is we want to know how our engineers work, and we want to work like them. We want to make sure that as an application security organization that we're implementing processes that engineers understand, that we're working side by side with engineers, and we're solving security problems the same way that they are. We want to translate our governance and compliance and put that into engineering speak. We have these high-level abstract concepts in our compliance and governance and the regulations that we have to adhere to that we need to break down and distill into developer speak. This is what the problem is. This is the cause of it. And here's remediation steps to deal with this issue. All at the same time, we want to minimize the interruption and the integration points as we start automating these processes. And that's why we went with this pull request approach, where we tackle a lot of security concerns in one place. The impact is mitigated because we can track how long each one of these tools operates inside of our commit hooks on the pull requests. So we can actually see how long our tools are taking, and then we can also go in and iterate on improving the scan times for ourselves, because we want to make sure, again, that security tools, just like any other tool that we would use, don't interrupt the flow of product to our customers. And the entire idea, summarizing it to one line, would be catch the fish before it reaches the ocean. We want to catch security defects as far left as we can, similar to how in DevOps we're catching bugs and issues as far left as we can. This is the true essence of DevSecOps, and this is what we're looking for. So imagine if you ran your application security team like engineers that know a lot about security, rather than a security team that knows little about engineering. Now, how would that be? What would that mean to you as an organization? Well, that's how you enable engineers, and that's how we enable DevSecOps. So I appreciate your time today. That's Blow Up Your Security. And we're all engineers. So I'm DJ Shalene signing off from Snykcon 2020. I hope you enjoy the conference, and we'll talk soon.
Hi, everybody, and thanks for joining us during this keynote about the DoD and how did we move to Kubernetes and Istio. Wanted to share with you some of the stories and success stories of the Department of Defense. Let's get started. First, timeliness is really critical, and we must be able to move at a pace of relevance, and that's really a critical component when it comes to the adoption of DevSecOps. On top of that, we need to work as a team. And for us, it's a pretty large team with various technologies that we can bring with us and even to space. And obviously, we have sensors, and we want to have a very modular approach when it comes to the deployment of new capabilities, so we can try things out and move things around. And that obviously brings a lot of complexity when it comes to the architecture of our software as well. On top of it, we need to work with quite a few countries and people. We are the largest organization on the planet with also the largest budget. So that adds a lot of layers of bureaucracy and complexity to be able to be successful. So what is the DoD Enterprise DevSecOps Initiative? The first aspect for us was to create a joint team, an enterprise team for the Department of Defense. So we partnered with the DoD CIO and the acquisition committee to be able to bring two teams and a very well-defined DevSecOps reference design to make sure we would have the same cybersecurity and the same critical controls to move at the pace that makes sense for our mission software. And the first aspect was to create Cloud One and Platform One. So Cloud One is the cloud team that brings Amazon and Azure government clouds. It also connects to our classified clouds. But then we have Platform One, which is cloud agnostic and brings the DevSecOps as a service concept to the different DoD programs. And different teams can use different services of Platform One. But the first thing we built is the Iron Bank, which is the centralized repository of containers that are centrally assessed, scanned, and hardened for the DoD consumption. And we open source the entire stack, so everything is available, and you'll see the links on the slides. So feel free to go and check it out and use the containers as well. We also open source the source code, the infrastructure as code with the Terraform scripts and so on. So really, this is a great set of resources for everybody. So we have these centralized hardened containers, Lego blocks, and then we wanted to bring that zero trust cybersecurity stack and down to the container level, and using also behavior detection and not just traditional signature detection. And we also need to bring abstraction so we don't get locked into a single provider. So our entire stack is based on Kubernetes and CNCF compliant Kubernetes distributions. We have multiple options between OpenShift, Rancher, Convoy, VMware. So we get to pick the best distribution to get the job done. And then on top of that, we use OCI compliant containers and the service mesh called Istio. We also don't want to be locked into any piece of the stack, so we can bring on premise, on the jets, on the bombers, on the embedded systems at the edge. So we bring also Knative for serverless, and we bring Kubeflow for AI machine learning, deep learning. We also created the concept of a continuous ATO. So a continuous ATO for us, continuous authority to operate. A traditional ATO, authority to operate, is to accredit the software for DoD use, and that can take between 8 to 12 to 16 months. So obviously that's not something that really makes sense to be able to move in a DevSecOps environment and release software multiple times a day. So by moving to a continuous ATO, we accredit the DevSecOps pipeline, what we call the software factory, and the gates within the factory. We have change management gates, we have cyber gates and testing gates. And then if the software passes the gates, we can release that software multiple times a day. One of the critical pieces is also the runtime component we have with what we call the Snyk Container Security Stack, SCSS. That's based on multiple different products, including Istio, to be able to enforce a zero trust stack by denying all traffic and having a mutual TLS tunnel and whitelisting traffic between containers that need to talk to each other to reduce the attack surface and reduce the ability of the bad actor to move laterally across the environment. We also have to train quite a few people. We have 100,000 people to train this year. So we wanted to move to a self-learning environment, and we wanted to have unbiased content. So we partnered with the Linux Foundation and the Cloud Native Computing Foundation and O'Reilly, the books, to be able to bring that content on the cloud on demand. With also, what's important is a cloud sandbox, so we don't learn in a vacuum, and we can put things to practice. That's very critical as well. Now, we open source everything, and we share all of the designs, the architecture design, and everything about our DevSecOps initiatives. And so recommend you take a look at the software.app.mail website. Under the DSOP document section, you're going to find all the links to the publications videos, how we did different things, the source code repo, repo one, the Iron Bank with the binary containers. And so really I recommend you check out also the training section, where we have a lot of training material, videos, and some links to check out. So when you take a look at why we picked Kubernetes and containers, of course, the first aspect was abstraction, not getting locked into a cloud provider to a specific product by being compliant with the CNCF compliance. But on top of that, containers are immutable, so we can centrally harden them. We can centrally make sure that they are hardened and secure, and we can centrally update them and push them across all the environments in an agnostic fashion, regardless of that environment location and classification level for us as well. And then Kubernetes is also bringing a lot of benefits with resiliency, to be able to self-heal when containers crashes, and also that baked-in security by having that injection of a sidecar container to be able to inject the cyber stack that we need to be embedded, baked into the stack, regardless of the development team even thinking about running these cyber capabilities. And so that's a critical piece also of the adoption of Kubernetes, and why we are completely moving to Kubernetes. Of course, the adaptability and the Lego blocks concept brings us a lot of flexibility as well. And then, of course, we have full automation by using GitOps infrastructure as code push button deployment. So everything is code, no drift between environments. We can instantiate a stack on demand. And then finally, auto scaling brings us a ton of value. So based on compute and storage need, we can scale up and down as needed. Now, when you look also at the complexity of a DevSecOps stack, and this is just an example of you know, the some of the containers we have. We have over 200 containers, so that's just a small set of examples. But the critical piece there is that if you have to run development, test staging, and production environments, and for us, you know, at multiple classification levels for multiple programs that don't share data, we would need to have hundreds of these stacks, if not thousands, across DoD. And so by also bringing flexibility, by swapping tools and being able to use Lego blocks as containers to try things out, but also to centrally update them, right? See, if you have to manage all these tools on virtual machines, very quickly you're going to get behind, and you're going to have drift between environments. By having that infrastructure as code mindset and no drift in production, and also ensuring that the entire stack is using the same set of containers, that really gives us the ability to control the updates and centrally assess risk and update the Lego blocks as needed. That's a critical foundational capability that allows us to move much faster and not have to have more people to manage these different environments when it comes to the day two ongoing updating of these systems as well. Now, you know, we created different layers. Of course, the first layer is an infrastructure layer. That could be a cloud, that could be a jet, a bomber, that could be an embedded system, that could be a space system, could be, you know, a ship, whatever the case may be, a cloud. And then, you know, on top of that, we're going to put Kubernetes. On top of that, we're going to put the CI/CD pipeline completely containerized, like we talked about. And then we have the service mesh. So for people that don't know what a service mesh is, of course, that's managing the east and west traffic between containers, but it also abstracts a lot of the critical capabilities that you don't want to have tightly coupled within your containers. And so we bring Snykcon containers to do different things on the cyber side, but also the service mesh brings the zero trust enforcement, denial by default, and whitelisting. So container A talk to B has to be whitelisted to talk to each other. And really what's left at the application layer is very small, and that enables us to really inherit a lot of the cyber controls from NIST 853, and the delta is very small, which enables teams to really move faster and allows us to decouple releases. So each microservice can release software at its own pace without having to coordinate releases, because the features in the service mesh can be updated agnostically across the entire stack without having to coordinate releases across the different microservice teams. So now, you know, the platform one capability was foundational because we had so many teams building their own stack from scratch. So by creating an enterprise service, that was really critical to be able to empower all these different teams, whether it's the program offices, partners, startups, partnering with DoD, large defense industrial based partners, vendors, contractors, and then of course all the research labs and the different other agencies working with DoD and partnering. Also, we're using this open source capability. We have now about 12 agencies outside of DoD also using the same capability as well. So that gives us a lot of flexibility, and we can work faster, better, stronger together by consolidating talent and budget and getting things done faster. But some of the key aspects to succeed was to bring services on demand and have flexibility and not have a one-size-fits-all. For enterprise services to succeed in such a large organization, you want to bring options. You can't have just a one-size-fits-all mindset. So the first piece we built was the repo one, which is the source code side that has all the containers, all of the infrastructure as code available, and we open source that and make it available to the world. And then Iron Bank is the centralized artifact repo of containers. That's where the signed containers reside, so people can download these containers as well. And then the the next piece that we built, of course, was the two different options for our teams. One is the Party Bus, and you see we have pretty cool names. The Party Bus is the multi-tenant environment. It's a centralized, managed DevSecOps stack, so teams can just come and consume the tools. They don't get to pick the tools. They just use them. They are developers and use the tools to build their mission software. They don't get to pick the tools, but of course we prioritize based on demand at scale. And then that is available, on a pay-per-use model per developer. And that includes everything for us: the licenses, the cloud costs, and all the accreditation and cyber and ops. And so it's a turnkey package. And then the Big Bang is a dedicated instance of Platform One for larger teams or larger programs or specific needs, where they can get to pick the tools. They get to pick where it's going to be hosted and what classification level. Could be on premise for hardware-in-the-loop testing on a weapon, on a jet, and be able to centrally and automatically push the code to the embedded system to perform the testing, to make sure the code behaves on the embedded system the same way it behaves on the cloud, for example. So we can bring it, this Big Bang instance pretty much anywhere at any classification level for us. So that gives us a lot of flexibility. But yet we know we're using the same code base and we're not drifting. We're just swapping Lego blocks, swapping containers based on what programming languages or databases or kind of mission the DoD team is using the Big Bang for. So that gives us a lot of flexibility there as well. Now, training is foundational. Organizations that will be able to succeed will mostly succeed if they really embrace that concept of continuous learning. We try to give an hour a day to our people to continuously learn, and really that's foundational to be able to bring that culture of learning. And it's not a one time and be done. And it's really something that's moving so fast. I mean, you just look at service meshes and all the stuff going on with Kubernetes. Things are changing rapidly in a matter of months, and so getting behind is just not an option. So you want to have that continuous learning. You want to bring that flexibility, particularly with the virus, where you want to have that ability to do this virtually and at your own pace. And so we brought this learning hub where people can connect and have access to the content and just do it at their own pace, and also put it to practice by having that cloud sandbox to try things out. And then the next piece is also bringing our embedded people. So when a DoD program gets started in DevSecOps and we want to start training them, instead of just doing it in a vacuum, what we're going to do is we're going to partner on a minimal viable product. We're going to define what the success of that MVP means. And then we're going to embed people from Platform One into that team and do a pair programming and make sure that the team can learn by doing together as a team, and then we deliver that MVP within 60 days. So that's a great way to show the value of the DevSecOps culture and the Platform One stack as well. So service mesh is really critical when you move to microservices and you want to have decoupled microservices. We issued a memo highly discouraging the use of safe and any kind of framework that creates this release planning and tight coupling between things. We want to move to microservices. We want to decouple. We don't want to have to coordinate. We need, of course, a cohesive vision when it comes to the product and product owners, but the development team should not have to really coordinate any release. And so having the ability to release at your own pace is a critical value that comes out of moving to containers. And so for us, we moved to Istio as a service mesh because it brings so much value when it comes to adding some abstraction between your microservices that could be in different programming languages, and you would have to coordinate releases of libraries between teams to authenticate, to encrypt, to do service discovery and role-based access control and a bunch of features you don't want to have to build per programming language, per microservice. So you want to be able to decouple that with a service mesh. And so Istio brings that capability as a sidecar container, and you can abstract it and run it very easily at scale and update it without having to coordinate releases. And so that's going to bring you a lot of capability between the service discovery, authentication, encryption, zero trust by doing a mutual TLS tunnel, and assigning strong identities using certificates per service. So service A talk to B has to be whitelisted, and load balancing, advanced routing, fault injection for chaos engineering. I mean, it is bringing a ton of value to really enable teams to succeed in microservices. I would say it's probably impossible to have a real volume of microservices and succeed without a service mesh. So that's something to keep in mind. Infrastructure as code is critical. So automated, no drift, no human in production. So that's really critical. And also everything is code. We use it for the Git source code repo becomes the source of truth. Your desired state, you can compare your production from your desired state, and everything is part of that source code. We use Argo CD in the DoD, but really Kubernetes will pull from Git, and so your CI/CD doesn't need to have the keys to your cluster. So it also reduces the risk and brings that disaster recovery and configuration management by centralizing that in Git. Wanted to thank you again for taking the time. If you have any questions, always feel free to reach out to us. The email is af.cso@us.af.mail. And thanks for your time.
Maybe so. This is what happened. Let me be completely honest with everyone on the conference. What happened is there's a setting in the platform whereby if someone says chaos engineering 10 times, then chaos ensues, and so that's what actually happened. Now, what really happened was there was this big red button that said "Do not press," and it just got way too tempting for someone. So that's genuinely what. We're all human; it happens. That's cool. So, Crystal, content-wise, really great start to the event. We've just had 3 really great keynotes. One of the things that I noticed in fact, it was a comment from DJ, our second speaker, in the first session. Really interesting prediction, which got a lot of discussion going in the chat. My prediction, he says, is that in the next 5 years, we'll just call DevOps or DevSecOps a simple term, engineering. The utopia that security is finally taken seriously by everyone. What do you feel like are the blockers in the next 5 years for something like that to happen? Because it's something that, obviously we all want to get to that utopia, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great comment, by the way. It's the same challenges that we faced, I think, all along, really. But I do see some shifts in the industry and in communities, basically. So it's the same as DevOps, right? Like, it can't just be about tooling. It has to be about the mindsets, the way that people behave, so that it becomes a culture. And you need the principles around that internally in a company. So I think that these things really drive that. So, like, again, DevOps is a culture. It's not a role. And everybody plays a part in that inside the organization.
And I think, yeah, I totally agree. I think that's like I would say it's the most important piece. The people part, the culture part is the most important piece, but it's also the hardest to get right as well, right? What's any specific things that you've seen work really well to encourage that culture?
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been in tech almost 20 years now, and long-time software engineer before this. And something that I see working well now that I'm here at Snyk actually is that I work extremely closely with the head of InfoSec and the head of IT, and that we work in really close partnership, basically. But I also want to work really closely with my engineering director counterparts and product counterparts as well. So it's about the partnerships that you build, but also it's about having more of a practitioner mindset, I think, around the way you implement things. So, like, security as it was 10 years ago, and I think this came up in the first talk quite a lot, was more around like what you cannot do. And here are a lot of policies and things I'm going to put in place. That was kind of more of an ivory tower kind of mindset. And now I think the industry is definitely shifting away from that. It's like, how can I enable you? That's the question we need to ask. Like, how can I make you move faster but safely to do that as well, and get things running in production as fast and safely as possible.
Awesome. Anything else? So I know we were talking a lot about that last session as well, and some of the similarities you saw between the way you've been working and maybe even at Snyk as well. Any other things that you wanted to kind of like pull out from there?
Well, I wanted to highlight the last talk around the DoD, sort of that. I think that's a really powerful talk, because it's really refreshing to see such modern practices being applied, and in an organization that you would never expect as well. The fact that they're leveraging, a whole bunch of the Kubernetes ecosystem as well, and even using some things more around serverless as well. I mean, that must be incredibly hard to drive in an organization like that, but it also is, it's empowering to see that for people that attend this conference and in the wider industry, that this is something that is possible to do, even in a really tightly regulated environment such as DoD. Yep,
excellent. So 3 great pieces of content already that's come through. What's happening up next at Snykcon?
Sure. So next up, we've got some more keynotes coming up. We've got a really exciting one from Snyk, from our CEO, Peter McKay. We've also got Guy Pajarny joining him. He's our president and co-founder of Snyk. And also joining them is Anair Mazurki, our chief product officer at Snyk. And we're going to be talking about some of the latest things that we're putting in our product suite here at Snyk and around the security platform. So please come along. It'll be really exciting to see that.
Yeah, no, and this is certainly the one for me that I've been very, very, I'm sure both, and many people in Snyk have been very tight-lipped about some of the things that are going to be mentioned here.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Really looking forward to being able to speak publicly about them. So I think without any further ado, let's jump in and start watching the Snyk keynote on day 1 of Snykcon. And by the way, we've painted the red button blue now, so we're hoping, fingers crossed, we shouldn't have any of those further problems. So let's jump into the next keynote.
Welcome, and thank you for taking part of the first and very exciting Snykcon. We're excited to welcome over 5,000 members of our global community, spanning the entire DevSecOps community. We're also excited to welcome our customers and partners who have carved out time to join us in this digital experience. As we all know, we have usually traveled to these events, taking planes, trains, and automobiles. This year, unfortunately, we're all logging in. But we're able to develop an amazing content from over 70 presenters that our community has been asking for. And we will record the entire event for you to go back and listen to, invite others to listen to, or allow for all of you to fit this content into your very busy schedule, especially for people joining us in different time zones. As you know, we're not charging anybody to attend this event, and we want to make it easy and accessible for everybody around the world. This event is about connecting with all of you, to explore, to learn new things, share ideas, network together, fundraise together, and become more secure together, our theme for this year's Snykcon. At this point, I want to thank our sponsors. As I said, there's no charge for attending this event. However, our sponsors have agreed to donate the cost of sponsoring this event to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Between our sponsors and the matching funds from Snyk, we have raised over $500,000 to fight the global pandemic facing everyone around the world today. And we are very proud of not only our employees from Snyk giving back to the community, but also our amazing ecosystem partners that jumped at the opportunity to take part in this amazing industry-changing event. I also want to take a moment to thank our customers for their support and confidence and inspiration in us over the past 5 years, motivating us to do better each day. It's not just large commercial companies we work with, also companies advancing change around the world, like the World Health Organization, the Linux Foundation, ActBlue supporting the Democratic National Committee in the United States. Many customers have not only joined us today, but are participating as speakers that you'll hear from over the next 2 days to share best practices, successes, and to network with. So why did we decide to put this event on? And why the theme of Secure Together? Why fundraise? When we looked around, there really wasn't a forum for our community to get together physically or virtually, to learn, to share ideas and concepts, and to network together. We've all experienced tremendous isolation this year from our teams, our friends, our broader community. So bringing everybody together to discuss these important topics was important to us. And we believe we're better together. I mean, the entire community, the partners, and Snyk when embracing DevSecOps. And it's about giving back, being part of who we are as a culture. It was important for us to create an opportunity to connect with the community and to help you do the same. We want everybody to learn from not only us, but our customers and the DevSecOps advocates we brought together in one place. And it's our hope that over the next few years, this event will become, for cloud native application security community, what RSA is for the broader security market. Some of the most impactful companies and events happen in some of the most challenging times. And let's face it, we are living in challenging times. In 2020, every company around the world had to make a lot of tough decisions. We were lucky as a company to be relatively insulated, but we still had to throw out a 2020 playbook and think long and hard about what was important to our employees, our customers, our community, our partners, and the broader security market. We found that safety, speed of doing business, agility, and resiliency became the focus areas for us and most of the companies we were working with. This speed, agility, and resilience created an incredible competitive advantage for companies that had accelerated their digital transformation. Increasingly, these aggressive companies, large and small, from all verticals and countries around the world, continue to empower developers and dev teams to take full responsibility for building incredibly creative applications, built fast, but also built securely. These companies, from the C-level on down, realized that to develop fast and stay secure, companies needed a far better way to bring applications into production. The old model of developers creating applications and throwing them over to security auditors to scan their code, finding thousands of vulnerabilities, and then shipping it back to the original developers to fix was not only not scalable, but was very expensive. Sometimes this can lead to putting unsecure applications into production. This exposes companies and executives to cyber risk and brand damage. A recent survey showed that 72% of CEOs viewed cybersecurity as critical to customer trust and brand. As companies develop software faster and faster, they are no longer doing this on their own. There is increased adoption of open source, containers, and cloud computing. 96% of code bases within companies today contain open source components. I call this current market phase digital transformation on steroids. The question now is, how do we secure this massive uptick in software development at a pace that keeps up with the modern DevOps and development teams? What Snyk continues to do is to flip the application security model on its head. Now, applications can be built securely from within the software development lifecycle. Snyk has become the bridge between the security teams and the developers and DevOps teams. Security teams no longer need to be the only team responsible for application security. Application security responsibility needs to be shared and integrated throughout the software development lifecycle. This means providing security teams with the visibility and controls they need to ensure the applications are secure, while empowering developers to deliver secure software from the beginning. This security market shift, or shift left, quickly links Snyk with these modern application developers and the companies that are the most aggressive in the digital transformation journey, helping both the security teams and developers to build security from within and from the start. For us, helping companies accelerate their digital transformation, allow companies to shift to developing these incredibly robust new cloud-native applications, including leveraging a significant amount of open source and containers and cloud environments, but doing it quickly and securely. Our goal at Snyk is to empower the 25 million developers around the world to leverage Snyk to secure the digital lives of their customers and employees. And we are well on our way to achieving this goal. And I want to share some of the many great accomplishments Snyk has experienced so far in 2020. Q3 has been our best quarter in the company's history and growing at 175% year over year. Our global developer community now exceeds 1.5 million and growing rapidly thanks to our incredible product team, developer relations team, and the massive content and tools we are producing free for developers. We now have over 600 amazing customers and many of the top 500 companies in 45 countries around the globe. Companies like Salesforce, JPM, Citrix, Disney, Uber, Pepsi, CrowdStrike, Atlassian, and many more. You're going to hear from many of them throughout Snykcon. Despite COVID headwinds, we've invested heavily in accelerating our product roadmap, organically and inorganically, from a single product around open source security to a soon to be announced 4 products to a highly integrated dev-first security platform. I know you're asking, what are the 4 products? SCA, container security, infrastructure as code security, and a new 4-letter acronym product that you'll be hearing more about from Guy in a few minutes. Just wait and see. Recently, we announced our first major acquisition, a company called DeepCode, allowing us to build into our platform artificial intelligence and machine learning technology and making our Snyk platform even more intelligent. Key partnerships with all companies in and around the cloud native application security world, like Atlassian, Datadog, and Docker. And you'll hear more about that in my keynote tomorrow. Finally, we have loaded up our balance sheet with over 350 million raised from top tier international investors, giving us the fuel to keep delivering on our mission. Over the next couple of days, you're going to hear from pioneers in the DevSecOps world. They include distinguished mix of customers and partners. It takes a group of like-minded individuals to advance the cause of secure cloud-native application security, and we're excited to have them participate in this event. I was thinking about the theme for this event when preparing Secure Together. What does it really mean? It takes a village to completely secure our virtual world, and that's something we hope you engage with us in during this year's Snykcon. We have lots of exciting announcements, best practices, learning material being covered by thought leaders from around the world. This includes participants from both our partners and customer communities, like Wendy from Duo, Nicholas from the US Air Force, and Kelly from Capsule 8. I hope that over the next 2 days, what we cover will demonstrate our mission to secure the digital lives of the 25 million developers around the world. Next up, our co-founder, Guy Pajani, is going to share with you some exciting announcements on our platform, and Anair, our Chief Product Officer, will drill down even lower to provide a more detailed roadmap of what to expect next from Snyk. We feel it's important to share what we're doing and what we're thinking about over the next few years. We also want to get your feedback on thoughts and ideas that maybe we didn't see. Our success over the past 5 years has been about this constant communication with our community and adjusting based on this incredible feedback. So please keep the feedback coming, positive or negative. It makes us better. Our founders, Guy, Danny, and Asaf, has stayed true to the vision of secure application development. You'll see over the next few days how we think the company is well positioned to help secure the digital lives around the world. I would now like to welcome our co-founder, Guy Pajani.
Thank you, Peter. It's definitely been an exciting year. So Peter described how digital transformation is revolutionizing businesses, but what is digital transformation? There are many ways to slice and dice it, but we're going to split it into three parts. More software, meaning kind of more digital, DevOps, which changes how we build software, and cloud, which changes the underlying technology we build on. So let's dig into each of these areas and see how they impact security. First and foremost, digital transformation means more of your business is digital, and it relies more on software. From a security perspective, this creates a rather simple equation, which is more software equals more software risk. More digital means more customer data is digitally stored and can be stolen. It raises the price you pay for an attacker taking your systems offline, and it makes the primary attack vector digital too. So it focuses you on cyber attacks. More specifically, your software applications are a more compelling target for attackers than ever. And this could change how your organization sees security. More and more, you see organizations placing the entire security organization under a CTO or engineering, as opposed to maybe CIO or finance. You see product security being made the primary focus of a chief security officer, bumping securing the enterprise or IT security to second place. And both of them are critical to company success, but the choice of who's at the top carries significant implications to how the security organization is built, the skill set that you need within it, and how budgets are allocated. Now, this shift is today led by SaaS and technology companies, but digital transformation also means every business is striving to be a technology company that does X. And so it's a trend that impacts everyone. The second change is DevOps. And DevOps changes the way we build software. It relies on two core principles. One is continuous development, and the other is these independent end-to-end ownership by the dev teams. Being continuous means shortening that time from writing a line of code to getting it in the hands of a customer, and then learning from that customer, adapting the software, and do that over and over again. And the shorter that loop, the more competitive your business becomes, right? It's better able to answer, sort of respond to customer demands and to adapt to the market. So the more competitive the business is. This type of speedy delivery also means that everything has to be automated. There's no real room for manual gates. So continuous processes rely on automated tests to find problems before deployment, and great observability to flush out issues after you deployed and quickly address them. You can only achieve this type of speed if the dev teams are independent and they can kind of take the ball from one end of the court to the other and run this process end to end. So this concept of, you build it, you run it, it played a key role in DevOps. And dev teams took on pagers and on-call duties to really kind of learn how to build operable software and actually operate it themselves. Ops teams adapted too, and they became these SRE teams, or oftentimes they're called DevOps teams, that focus not on operating these systems themselves, but rather on building tools and services that make it easier for developers to run what they've built. Combined, a continuous process run by independent teams can be an extremely powerful thing in driving kind of business outcomes and business success. Unfortunately, security hasn't really come along for this ride. In most companies, the security process is neither independent, it still relies on these external security teams, and those teams are oftentimes vastly outnumbered, nor is it continuous. It relies on gates and reviews by that external security teams. And even when the tests are automated, oftentimes the results of them, say vulnerabilities that need to be reviewed, they still need to be kind of audited or reviewed or blessed by the security team. And the end result isn't pretty. Typically, it's some combination of the dev teams waiting because they're waiting on that security team, resulting in a slowdown of the business, which goes counter to what we're trying to achieve, or development skipping security steps, or generally the whole company trying to minimize security steps, and that results in insecure apps. No matter how you spin it, it's not the desired outcome. So something has to be done, right? And if you've been in the sort of world of application security in the last couple of decades, you've probably heard the term shift left. That might be the term that jumps to mind. And shift left means automating security testing and moving it to run earlier in the development process. say during the build. And that allows you to find security bugs earlier in the process, and then fixing them will be cheaper. Now, shift left is awesome, right? It's important and it's clearly valuable, but in the DevOps era, it's simply not enough. First, because the process has changed. And if you look at this sort of infinite loop, the term shift left started from a waterfall-y picture and talked about shifting left on that diagram. But in this sort of continuous process, where's left? And you could say that developers have expanded to the right. And if you think about engaging developers in security, you can't just think about shift left. You need to think about their involvement throughout the process. And second, shift left talks about technology, but the real change is one of ownership. So I would say that if you have to choose a direction, the real change is really more of a top to bottom. It's more of a change from kind of a dictatorial controlling security team to a bottom-up security approach, where it's focusing on empowered teams that can take ownership of that security as they have for ops. And this change requires adaptation from both parties, or both key teams here, the dev teams and the security teams. On one hand, the dev teams, they need to rise to the occasion, right? And they need to take on this sort of new responsibility and actually build secure software as they do it. On the other hand, security teams, they need to embrace the new approach, and they need to shift, as ops teams have before them. They need to shift to building tools that help those development teams be successful in that model, and to accept and give that level of empowerment. We call this approach dev-first security. It means that both teams, both the development teams and the security teams, they all sort of succeed or fail based on whether developers have actually embraced the solution. And so for both teams, the focus really is on dev first. And this dev-first security has been Snyk's philosophy from the get-go. We set out to build a developer tooling company that tackles security. And we wanted to prove that if you build the right solution, the right security solutions, developers will actually embrace them. So let's look a little bit at how we've done it, right? And Snyk's journey started with open source security, or securing your use of open source. And we had that added goal of proving that security tools can delight developers. To do so, we had to rethink open source security and look at it from a developer's perspective, which led us to create a product that looks dramatically different to what was available on the market, and probably still is. There are a bunch of changes, but let's sort of see some of the highlights. One key change is application context. We understood that for a developer, security is just one aspect of the application. They are concerned with many aspects of it, and that we need to relate the security findings we have to the application. So instead of providing kind of this list of 300 libraries and say, hey, these 3 are vulnerable, go fish, figure out how they connect to your app, we built a dependency tree, and we say, well, you're using library A that uses B, that uses C, and C is vulnerable. And that is dramatically easier for a developer to relate to. And we've expanded, this was the beginning, but we've expanded this context to the code level and actually showing you how your code interacts with the vulnerable method in question. Probably an even bigger aspect of dev-first security was this focus on automated remediation. And it comes from this simple insight, which is a developer's job isn't to find issues, it's to fix them. Now, auditors clearly care about remediation, but they can't do it themselves. They find a problem and they pass it on to developers to fix. And if you're developers, we understand that if all I do as a security solution is make work for you, is just give you tasks, you might not like the tool so much. So instead, we actually went the extra mile, and we built very detailed guidance that helped you show how to make the problem go away. And wherever we could, we even took it a step further and actually packaged that up as a fix pull request. So as a developer, all you need to do is click a button, merge, and be back to the other aspects of your work. And really, both of those, the sort of application context and the automated remediation, both of them required some deep technology investments, and they weren't easy to do. But it was important for us to invest in it and to get it right so that the developers could get the experience that we wanted. And last but not least, we also understood that developers are not security experts, and that if we provide lingo around CVSS and CVEs and all that, we might lose, or not actually be the most sort of pleasant tool for a developer to use. Now, developers will never be security experts, so we need to build that security expertise into the solution. And we invested in it. We hand wrote advisories so that they would be in terminology that is easy to understand for developers. We simplified CVSS scores and others to make it tiers and make it more digestible. And we added clear labels about aspects that should help flag specific vulnerabilities higher, like, is there an exploit in the wild? And we further on, as we added more and more metadata about these vulnerabilities, simplified that to a priority score that just helps developers know which issue to focus on next. With all of those changes and many more, we managed to break through, right? And today I'm really excited to have 1.5 million developers using Snyk and successfully building secure applications. So we talked about more software, and we talked about DevOps and their implications on security. Let's look a little bit at the third pillar of digital transformation, which is cloud. Now, cloud does a lot of things, but what I'm going to focus on is that cloud turns IT into app. If you sort of imagine a little bit of a black and white world of the world before cloud and sort of in cloud, let's sort of imagine what it looked like pre-cloud. Pre-cloud applications were built on this sort of hefty central IT stack. You had your data center, maybe you had your VMs, you have some Cisco routers, you might have your vSphere managing the VMs, you might have an Oracle database. Central stack that is managed by a central IT team. And on top of that, there's a bunch of applications that run that are some code and some libraries. And if you need another database, if you need another server, if you need another network port open, you open a ticket to the central IT team and they build that. In the world of cloud, the layers are similar. There's still a network, there's still an operating system, there's still these sort of central applications like the databases, but they're no longer managed by a central IT team. These things have become either a part of the cloud infrastructure or as a service. They become these SaaS services that you consume. More importantly, they're no longer being managed or controlled by that central IT team. They're now being decided upon and chosen by developers. They're a natural part of the application, and they're very interwoven into the code of the application itself. And so this means the decisions, the workflows around them are very different, but the security threats haven't really changed. You could still have an unpatched operating system that could let someone kind of break in. You could still have a network policy that gives too much access. And of course, your code and your libraries may still be vulnerable. And so you still need to address all of these different security concerns. But while before you might have needed an IT security solution, now you need an application security solution. And that's different. It requires a different approach to how do you tackle those security risks, because it's a different owner. It's not necessarily an IT person or IT organization that tackles it. It is a development team. So we see this space, or we see this sort of new reality, as something we call cloud native application security. We think it requires a shift in how we think about application security to encompass this sort of new set of responsibilities that shifted from IT to dev. And it's still application security, and it still needs to be dev first, but has this sort of broader cloud native scope. And it's not what we thought of before. Armed with this approach, we took on the next security solution, dev first security solution, which for Snyk was containers. And using this combination of cloud native application security and dev first, we tried to rethink containers, and we said it's easy to think about containers as this evolution of the virtual machine. It's just a different packaging of your operating system. And if you do that, you would naturally try to apply your IT security solutions to it. But we saw it differently. We said the Docker file sits in your repo. Patching a container requires running a build. That's developer land. That really looks a lot more like an application than it does a VM. And so we built a container security solution that sees the container as an evolution of the app, not the evolution of the VM. Like before, we focused on application context, and the dependency tree was useful again, but for containers, probably a big insight was base images versus Docker file. And in the resulting image, it might not matter, there's just a vulnerability there, but for a developer, a vulnerability in the from image they built their application on or their Docker file on versus in the Docker file itself, that's night and day. And how do you address it and how do you remediate it? That naturally led us to remediation. So the two are very different. For the base image, we built nice packaging of what is the base image you should replace it to make a lot of the security problems go away at once. And for the Docker file, we pointed you to the line of code that you actually need to tackle to address the vulnerability. And then, of course, we also wanted to prioritize which issues, especially in container land where there are so many vulnerabilities. We tapped into Kubernetes and into the rich production context. We took a lot of that data and we reduced it. We really trimmed it down so that we condense it to a security priority score and which issues to address. All sorts of information similar. For instance, is this server container accessible from the internet? Is it running as root permissions? Just factoring all of that data in to just simplify it as a security score that we have. And once again, we built it and you came. I'm really excited to see the huge growth of our container security offering. We have over 6 million images tested on it already. We have 40,000 projects that are continuously protected across 3,500 organizations, which is just amazing pickup. Really, really exciting. Now, I won't belabor you with all of those details, but just to say, last but not least, we recently brought the third product that we have to the world, which is infrastructure as code. And just philosophically, once again, rethought it as dev first security. We said most of those cloud security solutions out there, they think about developers as being these cowboys that are causing a mess that needs to be reined in. Thinking about the end result of the truly messy cloud surrounding an end result. And we said, look at it from a developer's perspective. I'm a developer. You've just asked me to make infrastructure decisions. Help me out. And so we built a solution that flags security mistakes in Terraform scripts, in Kubernetes configuration, in Helm charts, in those files before they became production. And we do those elegantly and in a dev-readable fashion and naturally as a part of your workflow with some heavy emphasis on remediation. And there's actually some more exciting things to come on that front. And of course, we built all of those into a centralized security view, and we brought them in with the rest of those aspects of your application, like the containers and open source. And once again, because we built them into the workflow, we've seen, although this product only launched in August, we've already seen 100,000 projects being protected in infrastructure as code by over 1,000 organizations. So there's a lot of excitement around this one. It's a newer product. There are some really, really spectacular improvements that are coming, so stay tuned. So far we talked about the different security issues. We talked about open source security, container security, infrastructure as code security. But let's take a step back and look at it again from a developer's view. Here's a sample repo. When you think about Snyk can now help secure your open source dependencies, and they're defined by those manifest files in your repo. We can secure your Docker file and the container that it produces. That's also in your repo. And we can find those YAML files that might describe your Kubernetes configuration or Terraform. And we bring all of those together into one security view that you can sort of manage the security of your application together. There's one glaring missing piece over here. There's a whole bunch of files here that we don't yet help you secure. And that is your code. And with that, I'm truly excited to announce Snyk's latest product, which is Snykcon. And Snykcon is a new breed of static application security testing, or SAST. It focuses on finding vulnerabilities in your custom code, so it complements those other security flaws that we flagged before. Snykcon builds on amazing technology that was built by DeepCode, which Snyk recently acquired. And it combines DeepCode's deep semantic analysis and machine learning engine with Snyk's security expertise, dev-first experience, and our knowledge about third-party components. And together, they combine to create a very powerful addition to our portfolio. So we're going to see a demo in a second, but let me tell you a little bit about how we approached SAST. So while SAST is sort of a long-time application security tenant, it also became the poster child for how not to be developer-friendly. Our customers repeatedly told us that they're keen for us to provide SAST, but they're counting on us to not just build a SaaS solution, but also to make it dev-friendly, to make it something they can actually use. And I believe we did. Let me highlight some of the key differences of rethinking SAST and how did we approach it. First on the list is speed. Static analysis today can take hours or even days to run, and it just makes it unsuitable for a continuous pipeline. Snykcon can scan up to 50 times faster than the alternatives, And it makes it fast enough to naturally fit into your build process without needing to shake it up. And it also unlocks some great experiences about securing or finding vulnerabilities as you type in the IDE. A very close second in priority here is accuracy. And the high false positive rate in SAST as not only has it made the tools themselves impossible to use, but it actually kind of undermined the trust developers have in security tools results across the sphere. Snykcode is different. It uses machine learning to refine its rules, and it does so in a few ways. First, we're using Snyk's vulnerability database as a true set. Basically, Snykcode aims to find all the vulnerabilities in Snyk's database, and whenever it deviates, it helps the algorithms know what should it change. Second is we actually use that same machine learning knowledge to scan kind of the world's code. Think, all the code in GitHub, including its history. And that in turn allows us to learn and map APIs and sources and sinks, also important attributes for a security scan that we would never be able to scale to if it wasn't with machine learning. So we're using the database to find out everything there is to know about security findings and known vulnerabilities, and we're using this sort of broad set to understand what's happening in the code in the real world, also gleaning fixes out of that. And then third is we're building on Snyk's deep knowledge of third-party components. When you look at SaaS tools today, when they scan your custom code, in practice, they actually have to scan all the third-party components that are being used as well. And that piece takes the majority or a large portion of the time and also causes a lot of the inaccuracies. Snyk already pre-processes all the third-party components that come out, and that allows us to add another layer of knowledge here, another summary of those third-party components, which we save. We combine that with some machine learning of the APIs that we see in the wild, and combined, we pre-compute, we pre-model those third-party components. So when we scan your code, we only need to scan your code, and we can use this information ahead of time, both accelerating the speed and improving the accuracy. Now, all of those properties and many more combine to what is most important at the end of the day, which is that developer experience and the ability to pre-model all of those components and to learn from code. Unlocked the possibility of scanning source code and being able to scan applications before they're even built. And that allowed us in turn to really offer you the same Git experiences and an even richer IDE experience that you're used to seeing from Snyk across those other threads. And it's really a different level, a different tier, a rethinking, if you will, of static application security testing, a dev-first rethinking of it. So that was enough of me talking. I think it's time for some visuals. So to give you a first view of Snykcode, it's my pleasure to invite Boris Paskalev, who is the co-founder and CEO of DeepCode, to demonstrate Snykcode.
Hello, my name is Boris Paskalev, one of the co-founders and CEO of DeepCode. DeepCode introduces the very first and only semantic machine learning for software code in the world. It enables to automatically harness the consensus of the global development community on what type of problems should be fixed and exactly how those problems are being fixed. For example, we can automatically say that for a very specific type of problem, 98% of the developers out there have fixed it in the exact this way. In addition to that, when we see such a problem, we can automatically see what other repositories out there have the exact same vulnerability. And this all happens in real time, and it's based on the hundreds of millions of commits already done in the open source community, as well as the billions of lines of code that are currently there in the latest versions. What this allows for the development community is unfolding a new frontiers for the code security space, and it's providing a superior developer experience, which is in real time and is directly into the IDE of the developers. So we're very privileged today to actually give you a sneak peek of Snykcode. Snykcode is the next generation of SaaS tools, and let's jump into an example. So now we're back into my IDE here. I'm working on a Pantone project. It is Mozilla's open source localization platform in Python using the Django framework. And I'm specifically working here on the Save Custom homepage. And if I want to add a handling of bad forms, if the form is invalid here, I'm getting a response bad request return. As you can see, automatically the AI engine highlighted the fact that we have potential cross-site scripting vulnerability underneath here. I can go specifically in the extension and look at it. So it's in the View Spy project, and we can see more details here. So what is happening in reality here is that we are getting a user input that comes through an HTML form. Again, here it's on line 127, and then it gets reflected back to the user without any sanitization, and that happens again in line 131 here that I just created, and that allows an attacker pretty much to run a cross-site scripting attack by executing a malicious code in the unsuspecting user browser. So that's the deep code issues. It identifies where the lines are. It tells us also that the AI engine have learned that automatically from 708 projects that have already fixed that problem. And what it did, the system has automatically selected 3 potential solutions from those 708 examples, and the first one is listed here. As you can see, the first one is change the control type HTTP response from HTML to JSON, and that in this case sanitizes the problem. The second solution, actually, funny enough, it comes from the Django framework by itself. But what it does here, if you look at the diff, we can highlight that it's using a sanitizer to escape the untrusted input up here, and that's one of the solution here when it does the escape. Let's see the last third one. What we're doing here is we're seeing that they're using a template rendering engine which will automatically sanitize the data. So to fix my own problem, I'll actually use the second solution, which is the escaping. And what I'll do here is if I escape this input here, and in addition to that, what I'll have to do is I'll actually have to import the escape from Django as well. So I'll actually add it right up here as well. And let's do some formatting, and as you can see, the engine automatically checks everything. You see the issue has disappeared already. It is not in the list of issues, and we can also see it in the file that the views.py doesn't have any specific problems. So this is how quickly the engine actually helps us to identify an issue, as we call it, shows us suggestions if we don't have an idea how to fix it, and within pretty much seconds we have come up with a solution. So that's pretty much it for the short demo, and I'll pass it back now to Gaipo.
Thank you, Boris. I'm super excited about Snykcode and the opportunities that it opens up. So with Snykcode, we're really completing this picture. We're seeing a lot of the core pillars to it, which brings me to the last announcement that I have to make here today, which is announcing Snyk's cloud-native application security platform. We're not just thinking about each of these threats individually, but we're thinking about a platform that can secure your applications across the board. This platform is made up of 5 key layers, which we'll unravel in a sec. It starts at the top from a great developer experience that makes developers delighted and actually embrace the solution. Second is it works across the SDLC, so it integrates wherever those developers are, each step having its own kind of strong merit and value to be in. In the middle, you see the actual components of the application. As we've just sort of discussed, cloud-native applications have many components that have moved from the IT world into those surroundings. All of those are backed by deep security intelligence and expertise from our systems and our team, building and improving and just kind of embedding that security expertise into the platform so developers don't have to be security experts to build secure applications. And last but not least, this is built on a foundation of enterprise scale to be able to work with tens of thousands of developers across hundreds of thousands of projects and do so in a way that adapts to the different systems. The cloud-native application security platform is something we've been building for a while and will continue to build and enrich your ability to, again, build secure applications as you transform your business and you embrace cloud and DevOps. And to unravel, what's inside each of these layers and what does that actually translate to the product, I'm excited to call out Aner Mazur, our Chief Product Officer, to dig into these pieces.
Thanks, Guy. I think you've provided a very exciting and clear description of how DevOps and the shift to modern cloud-based applications can only be effectively secured by a developer-first approach, and that a holistic platform is needed in order to provide developers and application security a unified solution across all aspects of modern application security at scale. Now, for the fun part, let's dig in to see what that actually means. The Cloud Native Application Security Platform has 5 layers, and we'll expand on each, where we are and where we're going. Great developer experience and deep integrations across the software development lifecycle mean that developers get to find and fix vulnerabilities within their native workflows in a fast and automated way. Having the security coverage of the entire application scope, from the custom code and third-party open source to the containers and the configuration of the cloud infrastructure that runs it, means there's a single pane of glass on the application security. Having the most advanced security intelligence means that as an application security, you can trust that you're getting alerted for all relevant vulnerabilities in an accurate and timely manner. And lastly, the enterprise governance layer, that when overlooking a large organization, you're able to have the scalable visibility and control on the overall risk. Great developer experience. That's a key area of investment for Snyk, and many improvements have been done lately in the user onboarding flow, and we're growing our investments in teams that A/B test and optimize our user experience. Speed is also very important here, as you all well know, and I hope you felt the recent projects area improvements that have made it faster and more slick lately. And this, in general, is an area we keep focus on as we and our customers scale. The area I'm most excited about is our automated remediation, which has been a key focus for Snyk from day one. We've added a few important additions to our fixed pull requests. At the right, you can see the assignee, where we automatically choose the most relevant developer to assign a fixed pull request for. You can see in the middle the priority score, which signals to the developers how important this fix is to do and why. At the bottom, you can see the release notes that can help to get full assessment of the risk and changes that have happened between the versions. And at the top, you can see the merge advice, which is a complex score that we gather from multiple data points to signal whether we believe that this fix is a safe one or that you need to test it more within your CI. One thought is on how we can automate fixing even further. So we're planning to build on top of this merge safety score that looks at data from the entire environment in order to see which fixes are ones that are being reverted, which are not, which are ones that are breaking, which are not, and enable auto merging of fixed pull requests based on both this safety score, but also the priority score. So this is an exciting area to watch out for. Next up is integrations across the SDLC. So as you know, and you can see here, we strive to be well integrated into all systems that are part of the application SDLC. We're continuing to add more integrations, but part of our strategy is also to create the right APIs and interfaces so that additional integrations can be added externally. We already have a few integrations that were contributed by the community, and that extensibility is a core part of the platform we have and are building. One obvious value of having integrations in all part of the SDLC is being able to action on each of them. For example, test results in a PR check can provide fast developer feedback. Failing a build as a gateway to production. But another value is in being able to get smarter insights and to take account data from multiple integration points, which would be very powerful. This is an area we're investing in, such as connecting scans of the same application scanned in both Git and CI, automatically taking some of that CLI accuracy and basing Git actions on it. Taking into account production configuration to prioritize vulnerabilities detected by developers at earlier stages of the lifecycle. A major area of focus for us is on the IDE experience for developers, as you've also seen from Boris's demonstration of Snyk code. Providing security feedback and fix recommendations as developers code is a great way to both catch and fix issues early, but also to have security be embedded in the way developers think and act when they code. The animation you see at the top is from our VS Code plugin called Volncost. Download it now if you haven't yet done so, where you can see feedback being provided as the developer types, which is pretty cool. In the near future, we'll be working on even better experiences in the IDEs, as well as providing feedback on security issues from all products. So we shipped, and you can see at the bottom, we shipped lately plugins for PyCharm, WebStorm, PHP Storm, and Visual Studio is coming soon. We also shipped a Docker desktop native integration, empowering the ever-growing community of Docker developers to scan for security right from the Docker command line. This is an additional push for us to have Snyk security embedded into the existing tools developers use already today in their day-to-day. Git integrations have always been a key focus for us, and it's a great place to test, block, and fix issues at the core of where code collaboration happens. We've added Git signed commits to support users who are using that capability to gain more security, and we're working on improved repository auto-syncing so that if new projects are being added or moved from our repository, or even new repositories are added, all will be automatically in sync with Snyk. On top of that, we shipped support for Artifactory private registries and Azure Repo Server. Moving more to the right of the SDLC, and there's still more. On the CI/CD, we shipped GitHub Actions and code scanning support, and we're working with close partners in AWS to add support for code pipeline. For registries, Quay and Harbor support is coming soon, as we're working closely with our partners Red Hat and VMware. These days, everyone seems to be adding new container registries. I think we even have a backlog of another 6 or 7 we want to add in. And we'd love to support that, so we expect more here as well. More to the left in production, we shipped support for Red Hat OpenShift, Terraform, and Helm. AWS CloudFormation is also coming soon. So lots of continued progress in integrating into the development environment. While this momentum continues, also with close collaboration with our ecosystem partners, we're continuing to work on the extensibility of our platform to enable additional community contributions to integrating Snyk. On the cloud-native app scope, as we continue to strive to cover all aspects of cloud-native applications, let's drill in to see what's coming and what's planned in each of the products. In Snyk open source, a key capability we've added lately, which is part of the broader theme of prioritization, which we'll touch on in depth later, is analyzing vulnerability reachability. On average, less than 30% of vulnerable functions in open source libraries an application uses will have a code path that actually leads from the application to that vulnerable function. These are the vulnerabilities you'd want. The ones that are reachable are the ones that you want to narrow down on to put your fixing efforts for start. We're going to even enhance those capabilities and embed deep codes technology, which Guy Boris described earlier, to get even more fine-grained results there. And we're going to expand the support for additional languages beyond the Java that's available today. We're broadening our language support and the breadth of support in each of those languages, which will be a continued theme for Snyk open source. C++ support is now in beta. Go models support, which we have a great CLI support. We're now adding also Git support for, as well as Java Gradle lock file supports in Git, and .NET remediation advice and automated fix PRs are also coming. This is an additional area where we're looking to make the platform extensible so that it would be easy for stakeholders and the community to enhance the support in various more niche languages on top of what is covered today. If we hop to Snyk Container, Snyk Container is a product where we're experiencing rapid growth thanks to the accelerated pace in which containers are becoming adopted by organizations, as well as the de facto infrastructure for running workloads. And there's a growing acknowledgement that with this great trend of containers, there's significant existing security gaps. So one thing we just released in containers, which is exciting, is code scanning support. So as you can see, adding support for feedback for developers within GitHub to be able to see all the issues that they have found in their containers coming from Snyk. Similarly, in the existing Snyk CLI, we've expanded our support to support multiple architecture images. There's now a great serif output, which kind of is the standard output for or format for code vulnerabilities. And this is, by the way, how we're integrating also into GitHub code. And scanning of OCI and Docker archives directly. On top of that, coming soon, we're enabling Docker file scanning that comes directly from Git, so that you could get early feedback in containers as well. Moving to the fix side of containers, base image auto detection is improved and enhanced so that you don't necessarily have to add a Docker file pointer in order to have support for it. And we've added also Kubernetes workload configuration details that are impacting prioritization. So for example, and we mentioned prioritization before, if there's clear limitations on resource utilization, then some of the DDoS vulnerabilities may be less relevant. So really closing this loop, and we mentioned that before about closing the loop between the SDLC, is a key area of focus. And this is a first introduction that we're doing here with Snyk Container. And on top of the area I love most is automated fix PRs. So driving fix PRs that will bump base images when there's new and improved images out there, thus proactively reaching out to developers in order to fix vulnerabilities in containers. So lots more coming here as well. Jumping onto Snyk infrastructure as code, and Guy did a good job of presenting the background and the logic around why infrastructure as code is so valuable and such a key part with the shift to the ownership of that coming to developers. We've launched a product that's tightly integrated into the Git and CLI integrations already existing today in Snyk, so that when you're scanning for a repo, all of the config files will also be picked up. This is also integrated into GitHub Git code scanning that we've just discussed for containers. And we're planning on enhancing significantly our integrations with Git as well as Fix. So there's going to be Git status checks, automated fix PRs, and one interesting area in addition, connecting the config and production, seeing whether there's a drift between what you configured your infrastructure should look like and what it actually is right now in production. We're adding support for wide areas of formats. Look out for Dockerfile and Terraform Azure coming soon. Snyk code. So I think you've already kind of seen from Boris the great presentation of how in the ID you get all that feedback, and from Guy all the explanation about the scope of why the Snyk code that we're launching is differentiated. A key area of focus for us in the coming months is really to take that core capabilities coming from Deep Code and embedding them into the overall Snyk workflow so that you have the all-in-one solution. So coming soon is the integration of the code scanning into the Git workflow that you have already today from Snyk, as well as into the in-GitHub experience with code scanning, similar to what we've just released for containers and infrastructure as code. Coming after that is we want to expand, and this is kind of more into 2021, additional customization rules, broker support for on-premise customers, and automated fix PRs that can suggest proactively to developers the needed fixes. Another area is broadening our language support in code from the Java, JavaScript, .NET, Python, and PHP that we're launching with, and adding all the others mentioned here. Having the most advanced security intelligence is a target that a large security group at Snyk focuses on, leading to the fact that we're acknowledged by not only our customers, but also key industry partners as the de facto leading application vulnerability database. Google Lighthouse, Red Hat Code-Ready, Docker, Trend Micro, Rapid7, Tenable have all chosen to license the Snyk vulnerability database after running extensive market comparisons. This is thanks to the database's completeness, where we have over 300 vulnerabilities more than the next publicly available commercial database. It's also thanks to the timeliness, where 92% of vulnerabilities are added to Snyk before they're added to MVD. And thanks to the rich and accurate vulnerability data provided by analysts that are hand curating their content. On top of the analyst manual creation, this is achieved by advanced machine learning put in place to unearth vulnerabilities that have not been surfaced yet, as well as close ties to the community and academia to do the same. Snyk also has a strong security research arm for zero-day vulnerabilities. An example that was lately uncovered by it is the malicious Chinese Mintegral SDK that's used by over 1,200 apps in the App Store, which represent over 300 million downloads per month. The Mintegral SDK represents itself as a tool to help app developers and advertisers build, monetize ad-best marketing. However, our research and collaboration with experts in the mobile ad industry discovered that some malicious code within this SDK works to steal potential revenue from ad networks and may be used to spy on the application usage. More in Danny's session on it, but this is just an example of the type of things that our dedicated security research is able to achieve. Our average customer today monitors hundreds of projects, has over 5,000 vulnerabilities, and has over 100 users using the system. And that's just our average customers, which we're not building for. We're not building for the average, we're building for our largest customers, which have thousands of projects, thousands of users, and hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities. So we're investing in the scalability, flexibility, and extensibility of our governance capabilities. Flexible user roles is such an example. Having APIs and webhooks so that automation can be built on top of the platform. And of course, reporting, flexible data management, and prioritization, which we'll now drill into more in depth. At the beginning, we had our users prioritize which vulnerabilities to handle, first based on the CVSS score. Then we added exploit maturity, which provides information on the maturity level of an available exploit to each vulnerability. As an example, in Java, you'd want to prioritize handling the 10% of vulnerabilities which have a known exploit over the others that don't. Then we introduced reachability, as previously described. So how can you prioritize the vulnerabilities, taking all these aspects and signals into account? After talking to many of our customers, we came up with the solution to provide a unified priority score that takes all of these together into account. It's a number we show alongside each of our project's vulnerabilities. Behind the scenes, it's a complex algorithm which calculates priority in the context of that specific project. Alongside that number, we provide an explanation of how that score was determined. The number is ranked out of 1,000, so it allows incredible granularity, even if you're triaging thousands of vulnerabilities. On top of these attributes mentioned before or already, we're taking into account how easily fixable the issue is, its recency, the project production configuration in Kubernetes, the user set security policies. And we plan to add more indicators that impact that priority score, continue to evolve how it's being calculated, and make sure it's used and exposed everywhere and can provide value to enable this to really be the pane of glass for which security, application security professionals decide where to focus on. Organizing data at scale is a significant problem. Tags and attributes, which were just now released, are based on user-provided data or that can be provided via API or UI. They help organizations categorize their projects in a flexible way that can help organizational reporting, setting security policies, and more. An example could be decreasing the severity of a denial of service vulnerabilities for projects you know are internal ones that are not connected to the internet, or blocking a build of a project you marked as critical because you know that context that has a new high severity vulnerability. It's a very powerful way to provide the context known to you on your environment and have that be used alongside with the Snyk data and taking action on top of it. Tags are free-form key value pairs to manage projects where attributes provide static project metadata that can be used to impact policies. And enhancing our policies and reporting on top of all these is planned, so stay tuned. As our customers scale, having strong reporting capabilities is key. So I'm happy to share we've added lately key improvements to our reporting area with improved group level reports in the UI, some very needed performance improvements in our reporting area, as well as newly added filters that help you slice and dice your issues. But that's not enough to optimize security at scale. We really want to empower security managers to track how they're doing in the different areas of their organizations, where they stand on adoption, risk, fixing rates, and more to enable both the needed governance, but also drive more issue remediation across the organization. So I'm happy to share that we're now investing in a new enterprise reporting section that will enable to see found and fixed vulnerability trends and details in various granularities across all products with a holistic application view, understand adoption rates and trends, and provide cross-team comparison and gamification to create some positive internal competition. This will also be built as a platform, eventually enabling significant dashboard customization and expansion. So we touched on quite a lot today, but it's still the tip of the iceberg of what we have. On almost all of the areas I touched on, there are dedicated talks in the product talks track. So I'm inviting you all to go participate and listen to these. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you, Anair. This now concludes the first part of the keynote for day one. Thank you all for being here and enjoy the rest of the day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Wow, what a packed keynote session. And there were, well, let's go through some of the topics here. Snyk Code was announced, the Snyk's dev first SaaS tool, a real dev first disruptor, which is going to be introduced into the market. Also some GitHub code scanning support native to developers on GitHub, a CLI for Snyk container test, Dockerfile fix automated pull requests to GitHub coming soon. And of course, the cloud native application security platform. Wow, there's loads more as well, but these are some of the highlights that stood out to me. Also, one of the things that's lovely to see is all the amazing comments coming in. Lots of people really getting involved in this. This is one of the reasons that I love working for Snyk as well. It's such a dev first, creative, innovative group. It's amazing to see, even 6 months, a year to come, what the plan is, what's coming up, and this is absolutely superb. So, Crystal, what stood out for you there?
Yeah, it was definitely the Snyk code announcement. I think that's amazing. It is. I think a few people have said it. It's a game changer, right? So it can plug directly into your IDE. It's it's super fast, which is extremely important when you're in your developer flow and you're coding. You want that to be really fast, to be doing that checking. But also, it's just the machine learning that it brings with it as well is really important aspect of it as well. That it can use models to learn. And it can scan other code bases and say, well, hey, we've seen this problem before. Here are some ways that you can solve it. And it's bringing it straight into the developer workflow in the IDE before you even build the code. So I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
But please keep your feedback coming. We'd love to hear your feedback. So thank you everybody for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. We have our engineers, we have our product team, everyone's online here looking for your feedback. So please absolutely do give it to us. And we get asked a lot when I, give sessions to customers, prospects, conferences. Hey, you do SCA for our open source dependencies. Do you also cover our own custom code as well? And now we can say, absolutely. We've got a platform that will secure your open source, your code, your containers, your infrastructure as code. And this really, pulls together for the cloud native application security platform. Yeah, awesome. Okay, anything else you wanted to mention, Crystal?
I think that what we wanted to talk about was around a couple of things happening, because we've got a break now. So I also wanted to give a huge shout out and thank you to all of the people that were giving talks on the demo track. So that's the other main track that's been running today. It's been some great talks there, and if you haven't had an opportunity to go and see those demos yet, again, they're all recorded, but please do go and have a look and watch them played back later as well. A couple of other things, though, we wanted to highlight is during this break, we're doing the DevSecOps speed dating pairing, and we've also got our hallway track running as well. So please do go and have a look. This is your chance to basically meet other people at the conference and start networking. The way that these two things run is that you get paired with someone for 5 minutes and you get to chat to them. So please do use that. I think that's one of the most powerful things about going to conferences, as well as not only the talks, but the networking aspect.
Absolutely, yeah. Go to talk to people, talk to people about what's working for them, what problems they have, discuss and compare. And yeah, if you're not a developer or a security professional, then feel free to jump into the hallway track. Otherwise, the DevSecOps speed dating is probably for you. Awesome. So this break is sponsored by StackHawk. So feel free to either check out the demos, please go to the DevSecOps speed dating and the hallway track, or grab some food depending on your time zone. So this break is sponsored by StackHawk, one of our sponsors. So here is a message from that sponsor.
Plant a tree up on the hill, and days go by on your windowsill, and you're standing in its shade. Raise your children tall and proud, chase away the lightning clouds until you finally get old and gray. We all fade away. Plant a flag and make a stand, and build a fence around your land. But by and by, the stones will crumble down. For what it's worth, but one day you'll return to earth and leave your DNA above the ground. So I guess you'll still be around.
stuck in the closet way back. I won't be needing that. I won't be needing that. I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high, hit the coastline in the sunshine. Blue skies on my horizon line, so far from the hurt and the bad times. I'm feeling so alive, I'm feeling so alive. Yeah, I'm ready to fly down 65, hit the coastline in the sunshine. Hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high. Hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm ready to fly down 65. Hit the coastline in the sunshine. I'm going to find my new high. Hit the coastline in the sunshine.
Lost track of the forest through the trees, forgot what I was chasing. Spent so many nights living out at sea that my heart is gone vacant. And everybody who was close to me all stayed on dry land. So now I'm driving back on Interstate West, I just gotta feel something. Not gonna wait till the morning, because something's gonna change my mind. I don't wanna change my mind. Oh, I wanna stay right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Oh, come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life, for the good life. Send my best friend an apologetic text, he says to come over. Well, the whole damn town has been waiting for the day when you would come back here. There was dancing and talking and steaks on the grill, and I think that I will be alright. And my ex from high school still looks just the same as she did back in 2009. Not gonna wait till the morning, let's never put the night on ice. Never put the night on ice. Oh, I wanna stay right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Oh, come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life, for the good life. And they all said I was crazy for leaving my money, but it never made me happy or loud. Life is just too short to never do what you want to. What do you want to do? Oh, I wanna stay right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Oh, come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. honest with you. I'm not in a hurry, so don't give up on me now, don't worry. I just want to be close to you. I'll take you anywhere, even if you break my heart today. Should you become my own, I'll take you anywhere. No harm, no foul this way. It's time I let you know. I've been by the phone, waiting for your call. Getting late, but I just can't escape this mood. And when you finally pick up and it's there with you, I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous for you. I'll take you anywhere, even if you break my heart today. Should you become my own, I'll take you anywhere. No harm, no foul this way. It's time I let you know. Get lost without you. Get lost without you. Can't fight it. I know it's true. I get lost, I get lost, I get lost without you. I'll take you anywhere, even if you break my heart today. Should you become my own, I'll take you anywhere. No harm, no foul this way. It's time I let you know. I'll take you anywhere. Should you become my own, I'll take you anywhere. Should you become my own? It's time I let you know. Somewhere unseen, it got a little longer, so it seems. I burned out, so to speak. Now come a little closer. I feel a little light in the light track. I felt a bit of bad, but I came back. There's still a little light in the light track. There's still a bit of good, so good. And I know just what to say. And I know just what to do. And I'm so sick of pain, but it's hard to agree with you. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you're the safest bet. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying again. Read the mind and take a time and choose whether we win or yellow, whether we did or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose, whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. Sometimes, honey, me, you put a little bit of
pretending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see I'm begging, you hear me begging. If you seek for love, then try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know who tried it. Quit your games and now that you're denying it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you're the safest bet. The rules in my mind can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right and take a time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I gotta move and make amends, but can't go through the same regret. It could feel so good on mine. Not by love, again. And I know you're the safest bet. Or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello.
Plant a tree up on the hill, and days go by on your windowsill, and you're standing in its shade. Raise your children tall and proud, chase away the lightning clouds until you finally get old and gray. We all fade away. Plant a flag and make a stand, surround your land, but by and by the stones will crumble down. Spend your life for what it's worth, but one day you'll return to earth and leave your DNA above the ground. So I guess you'll still be around. Troubles that we go through in our lives, and all the time we're wasting living up our lives. Whoa, we're only here for a short while. Better take it with a smile and try. Take it all in stride. All in stride. Fear will hold you in your place. Hide inside, don't show your face, and maybe it'll all just go away. But one day you might ask yourself, are all my dreams up on a shelf, and all I have to show is this wasted time? No rhythm and no rhyme. All the troubles that we go through in our lives, and all the time we're wasting living up our lives. Whoa, we're only here for a short while. Better take it with a smile. Whoa, the past is gone forever.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had some good networking. I hope you had some good DevSecOps speed dating. What I wanted to show you very, very quickly is if I was just to share my screen. Okay, there we go. I wanted just to show you one little thing that I know Francesca, one of our colleagues, is very, very happy about. This is this virtual photo booth. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this virtual photo booth. You can all do this. There I am. See, the magic of the green screen is now dissolved. There we go. From this photo screen, what shall I do? Let's do a boomerang. From here, I can choose like a little unicorn. My kids would absolutely love a little a Pokemon thing, Pokemon ball, and we've also got Snyk Patrol. Sorry. So here we have a unicorn. Let's do a unicorn since we're a double unicorn now, I suppose. If I hit start and then I do something crazy like whoa, then it does something amazing, and this provides me with something, a gift, I believe, that we can share. And here is my boomerang. Look at that. Isn't technology wonderful these days? So feel free to go ahead and do that. But in the meantime, what do we have next up, Crystal?
Cool. So we've got Kelly Shortridge, the VP of Products at Capsule 8, talking about eradicating security theater. I'm really looking forward to this talk. She's going to discuss like some common anti-patterns that have been in the industry sort of in the last 10 years or so, and maybe how we can rethink how we do security practices internally, and turning that more from less again about like that policy driven, we're in your way, to more like encouraging the collaboration, and talking about one of the things she'll talk about in her talk, which is close to my heart particularly, is about building organizational resilience and robustness of systems through practices like chaos engineering, so security chaos engineering in particular. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Okay, awesome. Remember, don't take chaos engineering too much. Remember what happened.
Yeah, I only said it
last round.
twice.
That's
I only
fine.
said
That's
it twice.
twice is fine. Excellent.
You
Okay,
said it
wonderful.
once as well.
Oh no! What are we doing? Excellent. Thank you very much, Crystal. And Crystal, this is your last session for co-hosting. So it's been a pleasure hosting Snykcon with you. Next up, we'll have Brian Vermeer. So thank you very, very much, Crystal. And over to Kelly.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Welcome to Exit Stage Left, Eradicating Security Theater. My name is Kelly Shortridge. I'm VP of Product Management and Product Strategy at Capsulate, which is a startup based in New York City providing infrastructure monitoring and detection for Linux systems. In my spare time, I also research the intersection of behavioral economics and information security. So let's start with the problem. InfoSec often laments that it feels like no one else cares about security of our data or of our systems, conceives itself as kind of this misunderstood Nostradamus who is saving the rest of IT from itself. And InfoSec certainly can come across like a prima donna here. InfoSec isn't exactly known for stating its hesitations calmly or constructively. It tends to be boisterous in its displeasure with developers, operators, and users, can be prone to hyperbole when defending its importance. What I've seen too many in InfoSec consistently miss, though, is that developers and operators do want to deliver safe and secure software, but they also know that they're primarily judged on the delivery part, not the security part. InfoSec, in a kind of classic Shakespearean tradition, bites its thumb at them in response, then leaps onto the security theater stage instead, to all of our detriments. So, what can we do to remove the drama and the pain from security theater and actually start delivering secure software? This talk will explore one way to start. So in this talk, in Act 1, we'll welcome you to the security theater. In Act 2, there's fisticuffs between security theater and security chaos engineering. And in Act 3, there's redemption through security approval patterns. Let's get started with Act 1, Welcome to the Security Theater. To spoof the classic song, welcome to the security theater, to the magic, to the fun, where snake oil tools and roadblocks grow and blaming rings fortissimo. What do we mean by security theater, though? Similarly to the term's origin on the physical security side, security theater involves effort towards producing the perception of improved security. Unfortunately, creating the perception of security is mostly at odds with creating meaningful and valuable security outcomes. The end result is that you produce a lot of drama, histrionic theatrics, loud enough for the whole audience to experience. Security theater is obsessed with the so-called bad apples, referring to the types of humans who do something malicious or careless. Of course, these types of humans are also incredibly rare. The problem is security theater involves policies that apply to everyone because you have to be hyper-vigilant for those bad apples. As Bogner said, there might be someone who can't be trusted. The strategy seems to be preventative control on everybody instead of damage control on those few. This philosophy basically sucks for everyone except for the actors on the security theater stage. In InfoSec, this is why we see the Department of No. They say no to all requests by anyone, just in case it's by bad apples. And it fuels the high conflict relationship we so often see between security and engineering. Jess Himpel did some work on risk management theater and noted that any sort of theater is a common encountered control apparatus imposed in a top-down way which makes life painful for the innocent but can be circumvented by the guilty. So as an example, is the security scanner in place because it's actually resulting in safer software, or because it is a best practice and because Gartner tells you to do so? Are the findings from the tool resulting in meaningful fixes or changes, or is it powering pretty visualizations? It's a common practice of security tools with poor ROI across the board to wreak destruction on software delivery, like railroading product launches or halting deployment. So to continue with our prior example, some AppSec tools take so long to do code checking that they'll inherently interrupt build pipelines. This absolutely makes life more painful for everyone involved and inevitably also hurts business goals. So are these tools also flagging high severity issues that are solidly signal rather than noise? Are they servicing a mix of low severity vulnerabilities that don't even apply to how the code is being used? Human attention is precious, and developers will start to assume that these security tools are just useless with enough consistent noise. This is why, like, if a security tool is smashing through your delivery pipelines or substantially slowing your ability to deliver software while rarely surfacing real critical issues, it will be perceived as less than useless by your engineers. The goal here, though, really is for a developer or architect on each team to understand things like threat modeling to help build systems more securely by design. Instead, what we see, though, with quite a bit of the whole shifting left thing is that it's catch the OWASP top 10 or whatever our security tools deem is important, but during the build phase rather than the deploy phase. Maybe there's a slight benefit to shifting all that friction earlier, but let's be real, it's pretty minimal. And it's certainly not part of that stated goal of building systems more securely by design. Relatedly, there's the buzzword DevSecOps, which I still think is useless at best, but in an ideal world, DevSecOps is just about similarly unifying accountability and responsibility like we saw with Dev and Ops becoming merged. In the real world, though, DevSecOps says, I'm not a regular security theater, I'm a cool security theater. It's basically a security theater with like a fresh makeover. They're deploying code and image scanners rather than firewalls or antivirus engines, and throwing the word automation around as many places as possible. Problem is, it can't be this us versus them mentality, right? If security can't trust engineering teams, that's a culture problem and probably a process problem, but it's not a technology problem. And as we'll discuss in the next section, localizing changes really is the best way to thrive. So if you think of DevOps like a building, security smashes into it like the Kool-Aid man. And why stop at DevSecOps? Why not DevSecTestOps? Why not DevSecTest DBA Ops, right? If we're actually delivering secure software, then it's a seamless part of DevOps processes, and its insertion into the buzzword is totally extraneous. But that's actually the thing. There's an incentive on the security side for it not to be seamless, for security to still be considered distinct but equal. So as I discussed in a recent blog post about the concepts of YOLOSEC and FOMOSEC, FOMOSEC can be thought of any security strategy that's driven by a fear of missing out on all of the related thought patterns. What gains the spotlight with FOMOSEC is escaping the feeling of inadequacy. We're gaining a sense that security is in control and isn't irrelevant, even if that's at the expense of security outcomes. Envy is actually at the heart of FOMOSEC, and for the context of this talk, the target of InfoSec's envy is actually software engineers. Dev and ops processes are actually measurable and meaningful goals that are part of obviously meaningful work, allowing them to somewhat easily answer a question like, did you deliver software that customers will buy and use? But InfoSec's goals are largely nebulous, and its success is usually abstractly shaped and bittersweet at best. You can see why they're envious. When security wants to cover every last inch of attack surface, when all vulnerabilities are treated like they're mission control and a sort of Pokemon gotta catch 'em all mentality, and when security approvals are demanded on every last bit of code that's shipped, all of this is part of FOMOSEC's melodrama on stage at the security theater. Ironically, though, InfoSec's FOMOSEC-driven lust for the idea of being treated equally to Dev and Ops at the big kids business table makes it lose sight of the organizational priorities. And it's so intent on maintaining control and feeling important that it actually architects suboptimal security strategy that keeps it from getting a seat at the table. FOMOSEC's histrionics around desperately desiring a feeling control make InfoSec quite like someone that's statically gripping a wheel, even though that wheel isn't attached to anything. And all that fake wheel steering makes you feel like you're doing something, but you're actually staying stagnant. If you're staying stagnant, you're not actually promoting safety or stability. Shown is Dr. Nicole Forsgren and her colleagues' State of DevOps research, the so-called elite organizations who have the fastest deploy frequency and shortest lead time for changes, all of which is great, also actually exhibit the lowest change failure rates and the shortest time to restore service. Especially when you consider the typical ratio of security engineers to software engineers, it's basically impossible to scale any heavy security process anyway. What's interesting in that research as well is the organizations that have the most restrictions in place for changes and releases aren't actually the ones that are the most stable because they experience the highest change failure rates. The research shows that all these seemingly careful organizations actually see 46 to 60% of their deployed changes result in degraded service or ultimately require remediation. It's definitely not great. The point here is that the more hoops through which you have to jump, the more opportunities there are to fall on your face. There's a nasty remote code execution vulnerability in a library that's critical for one of your production systems. You want to patch it quickly, right? A heavy and inconvenient change management process is going to keep you from patching that quickly. It's going to make it harder to deploy a patch, which means your production systems will languish with their both security and stability at risk. But if your process is speedy, you can push out patches and fixes and other enhancements faster, allowing for continuous improvement of your system stability. A fortress of approvals and red tape and nebulous policy doesn't help security as much as ensuring that you can adapt your security program as your systems and environments evolve. If you can test and fix things quickly and easily, that will bolster your security far more than even the strictest policy. So how do we spot security theaters' red flags? And is there a better way ahead instead? This brings us to Act 2, fisticuffs. There's a conflict born not only from how we should treat security failure, but also where accountability for security should rest. On one side, we have security theater. On the other, there stands security chaos engineering. We'll explore these tensions presently. The TLDR on security chaos engineering is that it seeks to leverage failures as a learning opportunity and a chance to build systems-level knowledge of systems-level dynamics and continuously improve systems resilience. And we're releasing a report on this topic with my co-author, Aaron Reinhardt, through O'Reilly. Should be out at the beginning of next month. So check that out if you want a deeper dive on it. Security theater, obviously, their vibe isn't nearly as chill. It will absolutely harsh your mellow. So the security team that acts in the security theater troop wants to avoid failure by any means necessary and punishes chosen humans involved in any incidents that occur. So let's go to scene 1, the duel. Teams who adopt security chaos engineering are kind of camus about things because they radically accept that failure is a natural part of complex systems as they continuously change. They don't expect to know all the ways that things can fail, so they instead pursue and incentivize feedback loops as well as experimentation to uncover evidence. Teams who adopt security theater, though, are stubborn, lamenting that if only humans followed all of the InfoSec laws perfectly, incidents wouldn't happen. Users are lazy or stupid or, the aforementioned bad apples, so they deserve to be ruled with an iron fist, despite the fact that policies are never going to globally apply given the nuance of just work being conducted. Security programs following security chaos engineering are designed to minimize the impact of incidents by making incident recovery as efficient and graceful as possible. Teams know that pointing fingers is absolutely useless, and that conducting experiments to power feedback loops is far more valuable. Security programs following security theater, however, use technology and policy to eliminate all possibility of failure and allow for easier blame when incidents occur. But no one can enumerate all possible sources of failure and keep them from happening with control, so what are they going to do? Teams pursuing security chaos engineering also want to unify accountability and responsibility by handing off acceptance of work to the engineering teams that are actually performing the work. The security team then operates as an advisor, sharing knowledge as widely as possible. Teams performing security theater, though, are thirsty for bottlenecks and silos. The security team is in charge of approving or denying changes and releases and really all of the things, despite being divorced from the actual work that's being conducted. Importantly, the bottleneck and the requirement for security approvals in itself is seen as improving security, even though those aren't actually security outcomes. Practitioners following security chaos engineering want to reward system-level improvement rather than rewarding the creation of roadblocks to change. They prioritize metrics like mean time to restore, which already exist on the engineering side, to try to ensure that InfoSec is pragmatically aligning with organizational priorities. Security theater, though, as far as rewards, loves to say no and rewards saying no. It looks at innovation and says, that's too spooky for us, maybe try again later after Spooktober. Or the security team rewards alleged stability enhancements that actually slow down release cadence. As far as culture, security chaos engineering is all about a culture of curiosity. It's always down for a healthy retrospective and an open discussion of oofs, even big oofs. Teams feel super safe coming forward about security issues, knowing that they won't be ridiculed or blamed, and that problems can be solved collaboratively. Security theater's culture is the opposite. Because of its fear of change, it actually fosters a culture based off of fear of learning. Teams would rather keep security issues secret so they don't face retribution or disruption. It's all around kind of a bad vibe. Security teams with a security chaos engineering approach are all about providing a guiding light so that unfamiliar situations can be approached constructively. They welcome audience participation and challenging assumptions about existing security strategy because it's accepted that it will need to keep evolving as situations and environments and systems evolve. Security teams with a security theater approach, though, are a stickler for the rules and find the status quo very comforting. They would much rather copy-paste policies from the old world they know well to the new world that they fear, which is why you see things like container firewalls. Finally, as far as testing in security chaos engineering is designed to keep existing workflows as efficient as possible and integrate any new security tools or security testing as gracefully as possible. Feedback is provided quickly in a way that engineers can actually digest and understand so they can keep their foot on the gas. Testing in security theater, though, is designed to accomplish the impossible, perform manual reviews before any change or deploy is made. Security assessments come across like this arcane mystical art where thumbs up or thumbs down comes from on high, often late and with minimal context applied. So, do you want to thrive in the real world or in security theater's fantasy world? With security chaos engineering, teams accept reality, especially reality that security just isn't as important as things like making money, building a customer base, improving profitability, so forth. Security theater, teams are kind of method acting so hard that they start to buy into the fantasy land in which they're acting, and that security, they start to believe, is actually the top priority for which an elaborate song and dance is required. Those who adopt a security chaos engineering approach want to produce meaningful outcomes. They don't care about doing something for appearance's sake. As I elaborated upon in a recent post about YOLOSEC and FOMOSEC, security chaos engineering also doesn't encourage caring about feeling important or buying the latest security shiny just because everyone else is doing it. Most engineering teams already understand that bugs that can disrupt performance are inevitable. They try to continuously test and refine their systems to get the results they want. Security chaos engineering thinks similarly. Security bugs exist, misconfigurations are a fact of life, keys are accidentally going to be pasted into code, so it's quite silly to think that just because something passes a security check once, that everything is perfect. Joining the security theater, though, results in a dangerous self-fulfilling prophecy. If everyone is treated like a bad apple, they're more likely to hide and keep things secret, which ironically turns the innocents into the feared bad apples. They'll cover up mistakes and they'll be too scared or resentful to raise concerns, which completely dissolves your feedback loop. And it frankly erodes the security team's political capital too. Without that feedback loop, how can you be certain that your security program is actually working? This brings us to scene 2, judgment. Security chaos engineering welcomes objective judgment, but security theater would rather bribe the judges. Classic red flag of any security theater is that it's nearly impossible to directly tie cost to benefits. There's often a lot of hand-waving and purposely vague math involved. It's sometimes alarming to discover or rediscover how few InfoSec professionals and leaders can articulate the return on investment of the dollars spent on their security programs. I think we can all understand that not being able to explain how dollars spent transform into organizational benefits is pretty problematic. Moving towards security chaos engineering as a result is a movement towards creating success criteria so you can track the efficacy of a security program in a quantifiable way. They seem obvious, but you either want to prove that you've avoided a monetary loss, which to be fair is what's normally done on the InfoSec side, or that you've helped facilitate some sort of monetary gain, definitely less common in InfoSec. This calculation also needs to consider the effects the security program has on other parts of the organization, what's referred to in the economics literature as negative externalities. Drawing on an example in the physical security domain, one study by Blaylock and colleagues showed that road fatalities increased as a result of the additional screening measures that were put in place at airports after 9/11. This is because people decided to drive rather than experience the hassle of all of the security theater, security screening in airports. Security metrics are often, way too often, tone deaf to what the rest of the organization cares about. Honestly, no one cares about your phishing link sort of metrics, just like no one cares about lines of code written on the engineering side. It's a huge mistake not to include negative externalities in your measurement, because it keeps you from measuring security efficacy holistically. Really, any measurement of InfoSec has to include and has to look at how other teams' measurements are looking and trending in order to track whether there's increased friction or increased inconvenience being engendered. An increase in code review coverage by the security program could be seen as a good thing. But if there's critical software delivery metrics like lead time or deploy frequency that are being hurt? It's ridiculous, obviously, to assume that any sort of change in engineering metrics is due to a change in the security program, right? The point is that these metrics open up an opportunity for investigation in order to investigate security's impact on all these other metrics and ensure there aren't negative consequences from the security program to what otherwise might appear to be security improvements. As is likely obvious, this is going to require collaboration between security and software engineering teams. The mutual benefits are ripe for the picking, as we'll explore in this next act. This brings us to Act 3, Redemption through Security Approval Patterns. The section will strive for security's redemption by exploring a pragmatic approach to security approvals. So obviously security reviews for everything won't scale, and training every developer in security and all of the OWASP stuff also doesn't scale. There's no point in forcing these things also if there's a better way. Little's law shows that the number of items in a queue equals the rate of arrival, multiplied by the average time spent in the queue. We applied this to security reviews. We can see that if you reduce the queue of the security reviews, you'll reduce the time it actually takes to deploy code. How do you reduce the queue size? You separate out software delivery into high-impact, high-risk changes and low-impact, low-risk changes. The O'Reilly report that I mentioned, we show an example prioritization matrix of how to classify all these different organizational assets along those lines. The key is that you treat high-risk, high-impact, and low-risk, low-impact differently to prioritize your team's time and resources. Brings us to scene 1, how to treat high-risk, high-impact changes. You only want to review the highest risk and highest impact changes among the security team, which requires obviously close relationship, which we'll talk about presently. The highest risk and highest impact releases or changes are those that create ripples enterprise-wide or even product-wide, rather than creating any sort of impacts at a feature level or even smaller level. By requiring software review only on those higher risk changes to systems or software, you're supporting organizational speed, and you're also more appropriately prioritizing the use of the security team's expertise and time. The security team can then focus more on strategic work rather than directing attention at high volume, noisy changes that present lower potential impact to the organization. And who doesn't want to focus on more strategic work and higher value work rather than focusing on battling noise all the time, right? You also want to assign accountability for fostering awareness and facilitating stakeholder discussion to the product teams that are responsible for the release. They'll also be responsible for bringing the relevant stakeholders together for collaborative discussion around mitigation opportunities for those changes. Really importantly, business or engineering leaders have to be the ones to sign off on high-risk changes and agree that their teams are accountable for the risks. Let's say if an incident occurs. They should also give timelines on when mitigations can and will be fixed. You also need to time box your security reviews on these high-risk, high-impact changes and reduce their volumes to a level that allows for meaningful attention. You don't want to be spread thin everywhere. You also need to create a redundancy plan for urgent approvals that can't wait for a full security assessment. You need this just in case because that's just a reality of software delivery. You also want to develop transparent guidelines for what constitutes a high impact versus a low impact change. And also you want to encourage teams to reach out to the security team for clarification on specific changes as necessary. Again, you want that open, transparent communication channel. Then finally, it's really crucial to perform retrospectives on prior releases that resulted in tangible impacts, especially any changes that were deemed low impact and ended up having a high impact or a big incident, because all of that is fantastic learning opportunity. And then any resulting observations from the retrospective should be shared across all of the relevant stakeholders internally. This brings us to scene 2, low risk, low impact changes and how to treat them. The TLDR is that low risk and low impact changes are funneled through a transparent classification system and an automated exemption workflow. Incentivizing the right behavior is essential kind of across the board in life, right? But here, a low friction and standardized process for receiving exemptions incentivizes teams introducing the changes to appropriately treat the security issues of changes. If your process is cumbersome and heavy, you'll incentivize bypassing security processes. It's kind of like incentivizing people to sneak into a theater if the only option is to buy tickets by waiting in a super long line and you have to do it in person. You need to make the secure way the easy way, starting with funneling those low-risk changes into a separate workflow. And this workflow is specifically one that doesn't require security assessments and it doesn't require stakeholder-wide discussions. Really, it has to be as light touch as possible. You need to define also a straightforward classification system so teams can identify changes locally, such as low, standard, urgent, critical, and informational. Then you need to outline all the treatment steps necessary for each class of change. You also need to document all these lower impact changes for posterity, ideally leveraging pipeline automation to handle the exception process and create awareness about any exemptions. You also want, really importantly, to promote local approvals and peer reviews whenever possible for these low impact changes, leveraging the use of things like security champions, also something we discuss in the report. And importantly, keep an eye on the teams where they seem to keep flagging things or identifying things as low risk, but it actually ends up being a high impact, because there may need to be some sort of refinement to how you classify these changes, or even a revocation of their local approval authority. You also want to create a guide listing what types of changes can be performed locally without requiring security assessment. They can be things like pricing updates, changes to images like cat GIFs, or updated tooltip copy, because those are unlikely to ever be mission critical. So that we've reached the grand finale. Security theater prioritizes gatekeeping, preferring to punish humans for supposedly causing failures, even if it leads to a fear of learning that stifles continuous improvement. When security teams serve as an authoritarian external approval, bottlenecks are inevitable. And this friction in turn leads to longer deploy times and larger deployment sizes, both of which seriously jeopardize stability and thus security. Continuous improvement is our goal for systems performance, and it should be for system stability as well. Security chaos engineering is the path to get there. Plus, don't we always hear about how attackers are constantly evolving their methods and behaviors? So shouldn't our defenders and our defense continually evolve too? Security teams very, very beneficially can be freed from the burden of this heavy-handed control. They can instead become advisors who focus on more strategic work. Product and engineering teams can accept accountability for changes and for cleaning up any resulting impact of these changes, like an incident, making for a healthy security approval pattern for everyone. For that, I ask you to close the curtain on security theater and let speed and stability flow in concert. I always like to close with a quote that this time is by Chuck Palahniuk, who said, "People don't want their lives fixed. Nobody wants their problems solved, their dramas, their distractions, their stories resolved, their messes cleaned out. Because what would they have left? Just the big, scary unknown." As I said, feel free to check out the Security Chaos Engineering report that's out at the beginning of next month. And with that, thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. There we go. Hello, Patrick. How are you? There we go. Right. So, welcome, everyone. That was Patrick Dubois, the gentleman who you saw in the very first keynote. He's there behind the scenes. Unfortunately, he can't be front of house because we couldn't get a green screen to work for him, but he's busy in the background as well. So joining me today as a co-host for the rest of the day, Brian Vermeer. Brian, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Simon?
I'm doing well.
How's Snykcon so far?
Snykcon, sorry, has been so close. I've been doing so well saying Snykcon up to now. So close. Yeah, Snykcon's been really good. Snykcon's the content has been absolutely awesome. Did you hear about the news, the major piece of news earlier today?
Yes, Snyk code. I am pretty excited and a bit afraid at the same time.
Afraid?
Yeah, because now it's going to reveal how good of a programmer I actually am. I cannot hide anymore, you know? I mean, before you could just I can say I'm good at security or security minded, but am I actually? It's going to be some sort of mirror for me. But I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's a really amazing new addition into the platform. So really pleased to see that. So yeah, we're moving now from a single track over to a multi-track event. So let me quickly share my screen again, and I'll show how we can navigate the next tracks. So in fact, let's go over for those of you who are just joining us, perhaps on the Pacific side or on the eastern side of the US. Why don't we go through a little bit here and just explain a few additional things that we can do. So yeah, on the left-hand side, this is your Pine application. From within Pine, you obviously have the live stream. If I click on that, this is where you will see the sessions. We've mostly been in the keynote stage up until now, but now we're going to break out into the following 3 tracks: process and culture stage, the product stage, and tech and engineering stage. So here you will be able to see the next 3 sessions across those 3 tracks. And yeah, you can choose which one you want to go to. You can bounce between them if you wish. Each of those tracks will have their own chats as well, so you can discuss in the same way you have done on the main stage. Anything catch your eye there, Brian?
Well, Snyk Open Source 101, of course, that Daniel is going to talk about on the product stage is something I'm very, very interested on, because, well, I'm an open source developer myself, so maybe I learn a thing or two. That's the one I'm going to pay attention to.
Awesome. Yeah, in fact, there's actually, when you look at it, there's a whole bunch of really great speakers. Oh wow, this is James Governor's panel as well. James, of course, from Red Monk, really awesome analyst.
And later tonight, or layout tonight for us, but later today, I see that Tanya is also speaking. So that's always a good talk. I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, she is an amazing speaker. So looking forward to that one as well.
Excellent. So other things you can do as well on this from this site, of course, you can see sponsors. This is just the sponsor listing. But if you head across into the virtual expo, you can click on each individual sponsor. Why don't we go ahead and jump into the Docker sponsor? Nothing is streaming right now, but of course you can see members and you can chat and so forth. There are other ones. Why don't I hop into the Snyk one very briefly? Why don't we say hello to someone? Should we say hello? Let's chat to someone. Oh, look, there's Peter McKay. Oh, if you haven't seen this, this is awesome. You should totally watch this. Why don't we say hello to someone? Hey. Okay, so you can chat to people about Snyk code and other things from within there. Other things as well. We talked about some of the hallway tracks and DevSecOps. That'll be opening up again from tomorrow. We also have attendee cards. So one of the most important things that we always talk about at these kind of events is that engagement with other individuals, and attendee cards and attendees is a great way of doing that. So if I was to jump in to attendees, why don't we find someone? Let's find Francesca. Do a search there. We can ping Francesca, and I can maybe request a meeting, and we can find Francesca here. I can say, hey, let's chat about Snyk code. and I can send that. And now I have a meeting request out to Francesca. So find people who are interesting, either at Snyk or, of course, some of our customers, some of our users, and really have a good chat with individuals there as well. Right. So let's talk about the upcoming session. So if you was to go and click on live stream, what do we have coming up next? In fact, before you talk about this one's actually going to be a changed session. So this is going to be myself. In fact, sorry, you have to hear from me again. But this is a stranger danger session where we'll be doing some live hacking and using Snyk to both find and fix vulnerabilities that we will exploit live. And that is not a pre-recorded one, that is live. So unfortunately, this video will be replaced, but it will be available from after the conference, and we will send you the recording of John's session as well. So Brian, what do we have coming up?
What we have coming up, we have how to implement a DevSecOps culture in large enterprises. It's in the process and culture stage, and I think the process and culture stage is a very interesting one in general, because we see that cultural things and process things are a difficult thing to manage if you talk about security. And I think Kelly already talked that in the previous talk, what that was just on how these things can be very difficult. So keep an eye on these talks. I'm looking forward to the one in that track by Danny Grainer about Sourmint. That's a reason, that's a recent exploit on the different SDKs, like the Android SDK, and I think I'm not sure, but it was also part of the Apple SDK earlier.
Yeah, it was found in Apple first, and then the SDK we can see has remote code execution on Android as well.
I think it is good to say, because I already had some questions in the chat about this. Like, now we're moving over to a multi-stage conference. Some people have difficulties looking at the stream. I will in the event chat. I will post the direct streams to all the other tracks as well, just in a second after I am offline, so you can directly connect to them if you cannot connect to them within Pine. So don't worry about that. I already had that question. I will do that in momentarily. But I lots of good talks, and also it's fun to every now and then to look at the demo stage. If you look at the demo stage, of course there are Snyk demos, but these demos are very well explained by the people like Philip and Sean that are on that track, to see how the stuff actually works and how you should be using it, or how you could be using it. And so interesting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And the user demos have literally just started at 12:45 Eastern. So that's 5:45 in the UK. So do check out the demo track as well to see Sean and others over there. So one other thing. Now, my dog Bella is in the other room right now. She would literally just jump in and smash my green screen over. It would be an awful mess. But what we want to do is we want to encourage people to share their pups on the Snykcon hashtag. So please, this is a challenge now. Please share your pups share photos and selfies of you and your pups, and post that on the hashtag Snykcon. And is there a prize? There is no prize, but hey, this is posting dogs on Twitter. This is what Twitter was made for. So please share your cute pups, and you'll be able to see fun pictures of the dogs too. Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna hop over to the tech and engineering stage. If you're going to be joining me on there, I'll see you in just a second. So hop over to the live stream, have a look at what you want, click through on that, and we'll see you after the next few sessions. So see you soon, and enjoy the next upcoming sessions. Okay, I think we're back and ready to do a session. So why don't I go ahead and remove this. There we go. Hello, everyone, and it's a familiar face. Unfortunately, it's me again. This session is going to be a slightly different session to the one that is on the schedule currently. This is going to be a stranger danger session, so it's going to cover a lot of some of the similar topics that we have that is on the schedule already, but we're going to do some live hacking. It's going to be a really fun session, and we're gonna use Snyk to find and fix our vulnerabilities, as well as doing some hacking as well. So thinking about it from both the blue team as well as the red team here. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and then you can see. Oops, wrong screen. Let's remove that and share the right screen this time. There we go. Okay, so you can see my screen now. Right, so this is the Stranger Danger session. I believe I have around 30 minutes. So, Stranger Danger, finding security vulnerabilities before they find you. I'm only going to do a few slides, and then we're going to jump straight into some live hacking. So, a little bit about myself, first of all. I run the DevRel team here at Snyk. I'm the virtual Java user group founder, the London Java user group founder. I'm a Java champion. I have a big background in Java, but I've been at Snyk for a couple of years now, 2.5 years or so, and I'm really, really interested in understanding more about how developers are adopting security and how we can make security a part of the development process so that we are secure without slowing down developer processes. So we'll start with DevOps, and a lot of companies now have adopted DevOps. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back. So, I hope you enjoyed some of the breakout sessions that you chose. I know mine was a crazy whirlwind 30-minute live session. I hope you picked wisely. But of course, please do remember that everything is recorded. Everything will be sent out to you via email in terms of all the links of where you can watch back any of the sessions that you've watched already, as well as all of the comments and discussion that we can have in the Snyk user community as well. So 2 things coming up. First of all, lightning sessions, and one of the lightning sessions is going to be in and around customer awards. So Brian, why don't you tell us a little bit about the customer awards, and then I'll kind of give some of you, the rest of you, sorry, an idea about what lightning talks are and the format of those.
So you want me to talk about Lightning Award, of the Lightning Talks in general?
No, well, actually, get on then. You do the Lightning Talks, I'll do the awards.
Well, because the Lightning Talks are basically 5-minute or very short talks where in 5 minutes you grasp the idea of basically one topic. So it's very quick, very, very small, but very narrow into one single topic, like putting on glasses. And you can talk about that for 5 minutes like that. Now I look like you, but it's my spy glasses. Anyway, these are very, very small talks. So that means that within 5 minutes, you're in and out. But you have to pay attention, though, because things go fast. You cannot just move away and watch something else, because this is the only track that is here. But stay focused. And have fun, because Tanya is doing one of the lightning talks, and the other lightning talk that is there. Whoops, I committed it again. And I'm very, very curious what that talk will be about, because I can recall that to myself that I committed something again without doing a test or something like that. So
And for those of you who aren't sneakers, we have these all hands every single year, every 6 months, where we either go to Tel Aviv or London, and we get together as an amazing group. We do a whole bunch of brainstorming and things like that. And sneakers already know where I'm going with this, but the gentleman and our CPO, Chief Product Officer, who you saw in the keynotes before, he might talk a good talk in and around products, but his real skill, he does the most amazing Britney, where he does crowd surfing and all the kinds of things on stage. So that's Anur's other talent, which is a Britney impersonator. But yeah, let me also talk to you before we jump into the lightning talks, which we have both today and tomorrow. We also have our customer awards, which is going to be one of our lightning talks at the end. Now, our customer awards, this is really important to us, because we have loads and loads of really, really amazing customers that we absolutely love, of course, but we want to celebrate those of our customers that are absolutely extraordinary in terms of some of the different categories that we want to provide awards for. So we want to recognize a number of our champions across 4 different awards. The first one is the Early Adopter Award. The second one is the Innovator Award. The third one is the Advocate Award, and of course the DevSecOps All-Star Award. So you'll also see a little bit about that as well. Now, just to remind you as well, we want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Let me just quickly bring our sponsor deck up there. These are all our wonderful sponsors, and you can, of course, go and talk to them, go and see what they're about in the virtual expo. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see that at the bottom. So please do make some time to check that out throughout the day. Obviously, this will be entirely open for our sessions tomorrow as well. So do go there. Thank them for the huge donations that have also been made to that wonderful charity that we mentioned earlier. After our lightning talks, we're going to go back into some more sessions. So do check out the schedule to see the different breakouts that you can go ahead and see. And at that stage, we will then close the conference, and there'll be an amazing live DJ event with Sam Aaron. Brian, you've seen Sam in action already, haven't you?
I have seen Sam a couple of times, and that normally I would say that would be the only live session, but you just did a live session, which was amazing. I just have to you're keep going on and keep going strong. But Sam's live is very, very good. I love it every time he does live coding and turns that live coding into music. And he is a college or a university professor. He created Snyk Pi, and with that Snyk Pi stuff that he created, he is live performing, and trust me, it will be amazing. So yeah, stay on with us, have a drink, and listen to Sam at the end.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much to everyone watching. And we're going to run the lightning talks now. So enjoy.
I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you want. If you are looking for known vulnerabilities, I can tell you I don't have any. But what I do have are a very particular set of security tools as part of Snyk's cloud-native application security platform. Tools we have developed over a long time. Tools that make me dream for developers like you. If you try Snyk for free now, that will be the end of your security problems. Good luck.
Hi, welcome to Storytime. In this edition, I wanted to talk to you about secure coding libraries and secure templates. If you want to save time and increase security, one of your options could be to create templates or secure code samples that developers can use over and over again. Let me explain to you how this works. Way back in the day, I used to work at an unknown place in the Canadian federal government, and we would create these templates. So we had many different applications that we wrote over and over for different departments. So we would create code and applications and then share them with others. And over again, we had to write login screens. And one of my team was super brilliant and said, why don't we create a template? Awesome. So we ended up adding a lot of security to that template, and we had a penetration tester come in, and that person tested and just battered away at it to make sure it was as secure as it could possibly be. And then from then on, every time one of us needed to build something, we would just start with the template. And we would be miles ahead, and we would also know our login was very secure. We ended up adding all sorts of different things to this template, including output encoding, ways to validate our input, etc. And every time we did a test, we would actually just update the template and then re-update all of the applications at the same time, saving us money, right? Making our apps more secure. It was awesome. When you do this, though, I must caution you. A code library is like a woman's purse. You don't just put your hand in it without permission. So it's very, very important that if you are a security person, you bring this idea up with your software developers. You talk with them about it. You suggest why it might be of value, and you ask how you could support them in starting this initiative. And then you name one of your security champions to be the secure code librarian. And that person is the person that you work with on this. And you can provide them samples. There are all sorts of different products that provide this and really useful websites, such as OWASP.org. They have so many amazing things there. Do whatever you can to support them in this, But don't mistake yourself for being in charge of this, because like the woman's purse, you don't put your hand in it, right? Okay, I hope that you have thought that perhaps that secure coding libraries or secure code templates might help your organization. And with that, it is the end of this edition of Storytime.
Hello, Snykcon 2020. My name is Greg Thompson.
Hi, my name is Miguel Calles.
We'd like to invite you to take a journey with us through the pitfalls of committing sensitive information to Git. Welcome to Whoops, I Committed It Again. As our example here shows, I'm sure you can all relate to a time where you've been working on something, probably a prototype, something quick where you've ended up committing a sensitive URL, or possibly an API key or password to your Git repository.
So you may be wondering if this ever happens. Well, you would think a reputable company like Starbucks, it would never happen. But developers, we're all human, and we make mistakes.
And as we are all human, we kind of need to have something, what can we do to help us not to do this in future? What automated solutions are there available to us as developers to enable us to be able to help us catch these situations? Well, we've got secure coding, code reviews, and then the solution that we're going to be concentrating on in this talk, which is Git hooks.
So what are Git hooks? They're essentially scripts that are triggered. They can be triggered by certain events, such as a pre-commit or a post-commit.
Here we have an example of a very simple Git hook written as a shell script. This Git hook effectively looks for HTTP and HTTPS URLs inside the scripts that you give it. If it finds some, it pushes out an error message to the standard error channel and sets the exit code to 1. As this is non-zero error code, it informs Git that you don't wish to proceed with the action.
So you can get pretty fancy. You can leverage global Git hooks to apply to all repositories. You can coordinate local and global Git hooks. Local Git hooks are those that are just specific to our repository. For example, the script we just reviewed. You can leverage NPM lifecycle events, such as post install, to make sure the Git hooks are properly configured. You can leverage an NPM package like Husky that adds Git hook functionality into your NPM package. But there are some potential pitfalls. If you wanted to have a shared Git hook across all your development team, well, you cannot commit anything in the .git folder. You would have to commit it somewhere else and then make sure it gets installed properly in the correct hooks folder.
Other pitfalls are that certain graphical programs for using Git don't always work the best with Git hooks, and sometimes this can be an issue if your developers are using a mirror different set of tools in order to actually commit and work with their Git repository. Another problem, of course, is if you're working with different developer-based systems like Windows, Linux, or macOS. Each of those systems has different scripting languages and different environment configurations that are going to affect anything that you might want to do. So that needs to be bared in mind, of course, when you're developing solutions with Git hooks.
You might have some developer who does not want to be burdened by Git hooks. So make sure you get some buy-in from your development team before implementing a solution.
And of course, lastly, some secrets are going to slip through, like the solution itself, of course, whatever regular expressions or other things that you're using in your solution are not necessarily going to be 100%. So that this process isn't a replacement for doing good and thorough code reviews and other good coding practices, but it's a prop up to help you and support you in that process. So you might not necessarily want to have to write your own solution completely from the ground, as we did with ours. You could, if that's the case, there are open source solutions to help you out there. Two notable examples of these two here, which one provided by AWS and the other Yelp's Detect Secrets, both of which are based on using Git hooks.
So whatever approach you use, make sure it works for what you're trying to achieve. So GitHooks are pretty easy to set up. It was a one-line code, as you saw in the example, for a specific secret we're trying to find. It can help you keep your secrets out of your code base. As long as you're checking for the things you want to keep out of there, it'll work well for you. You can also complement your code review and secure coding principles.
Just leave you with the slide of our organization. Miguel and I work for Veritol. And thank you. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
So thank you very much for listening to our presentation. And we hope you enjoy the rest of Snykcon. Thank you very much.
Snyk wouldn't be where we are today without our incredible customers. And that's why we'd like to take this opportunity during Snykcon to recognize some of the remarkable things our customers are doing and the ways in which we're partnering together with us. We're inspired by these teams and would like to take a few moments to celebrate them. The first award is the Early Adopter Award, recognized early adopters and product influencers of Snyk product capabilities.
A true early adopter, we are excited to recognize Skyscanner. Oliver and the team at Skyscanner are always looking forward to trying our new features, and they provide us with extremely valuable feedback. The team has built custom reporting around Snyk, and they have a very unique use case to help drive adoption of Snyk internally.
Next, we have the Innovator Award, recognizing the customer who has pushed the envelope in their use of Snyk.
We're happy to acknowledge Australia Post. Gil Azaria and the Australia Post team overcame the Snyk Gradle challenges by building their own Snyk Gradle plugin. They also wanted to be able to monitor multiple project branches and the associated commits, and consulted closely with our product and tech services teams to help define the requirements, enabling us to successfully deliver a feature that will be valuable to other large Snyk enterprise customers as well. Thirdly, Australia Post is using a Nucleus connector to aggregate Snyk issues, SaaS vulns, infra scanning tools, and manual assessments all in one place. Great success story with Australia Post. We have a great innovation story to share with Reddit. Spencer and the Reddit team are often leveraging Snyk's capabilities via the API, and even went as far as to write a script that will automatically scan your GitHub repos to determine if a new repo has been added. They then automatically import this into Snyk. In true open source fashion, Spencer has also posted his solution so other Snyk customers can benefit.
Next, we have the Advocate Award, recognizing the exceptional customer who realized and evangelized Snyk's value.
A fantastic Snyk advocate, we are excited to recognize Auth0. Auth0 is a fantastic partner of many years to Snyk. Marcin is a true evangelist, always willing to join different panels and conversations. He speaks highly about Snyk and our product. Thank you so much, Marcin.
This award is our DevSecOps All-Star Award, recognizing the customers whose cohesive DevSecOps strategy has effectively leveraged Snyk.
Our DevSecOps All-Star Award is also one of our Snykcon keynotes and an absolute all-star. This award goes to Rally Health. DJ joined Rally Health early in 2020, coming from Sonatype. He was tasked with building out their software security program and immediately prioritized SCA as a key pillar in their DevSecOps strategy. DJ's knowledge of the DevSecOps movement quickly aligned with Snyk's vision. DJ is now leveraging Snyk's GitHub Actions integration to enable a truly dev-first experience for Rally's developers. Another incredible customer, this award goes to Opera. Wojciech and the whole Opera team have managed to set their processes in a way that really pushes us towards constant improvements. Their workflow is well-defined, optimized, and completely automated, which saves them time and effort in achieving great results with Snyk.
Thank you all for helping us celebrate these incredible customers, and congratulations to all of our customer award recipients.
Hello, Snykcon 2020. My name is Greg Thompson.
Hi, my name is Miguel Calles.
We'd like to invite you to take a journey with us through the pitfalls of committing sensitive information to Git. Welcome to Whoops, I Committed It Again. As our example here shows, I'm sure you can all relate to a time where you've been working on something, probably a prototype, something quick where you've ended up committing a sensitive URL, or possibly an API key or password to your Git repository.
So you may be wondering if this ever happens. Well, you would think a reputable company like Starbucks, it would never happen. But developers, we're all human, and we make mistakes.
And as we are all human, we kind of need to have something, what can we do to help us not to do this in future? What automated solutions are there available to us as developers to enable us to be able to help us catch these situations? Well, we've got secure coding, code reviews, and then the solution that we're going to be concentrating on in this talk, which is Git hooks.
So what are Git hooks? They're essentially scripts that are triggered. They can be triggered by certain events, such as a pre-commit or a post-commit.
Here we have an example of a very simple Git hook written as a shell script. This Git hook effectively looks for HTTP and HTTPS URLs inside the scripts that you give it. If it finds some, it pushes out an error message to the standard error channel and sets the exit code to 1. As this is non-zero error code, it informs Git that you don't wish to proceed with the action.
So you can get pretty fancy. You can leverage global Git hooks to apply to all repositories. You can coordinate local and global Git hooks. Local Git hooks are those that are just specific to our repository. For example, the script that we just reviewed. You can leverage NPM lifecycle events, such as post install, to make sure the Git hooks are properly configured. You can leverage an NPM package like Husky that adds Git hook functionality into your NPM package. But there are some potential pitfalls. If you wanted to have a shared Git hook across all your development team, well, you cannot commit anything in the .git folder. You would have to commit it somewhere else and then make sure it gets installed properly in the correct hooks folder.
Other pitfalls are that certain graphical programs for using Git don't always work the best with Git hooks, and sometimes this can be an issue if your developers are using a mirror different set of tools in order to actually commit and work with their Git repository. Another problem, of course, is if you're working with different developer-based systems like Windows, Linux, or macOS. Each of those systems has different scripting languages and different environment configurations that are going to affect anything that you might want to do. So that needs to be bared in mind, of course, when you're developing solutions with Git hooks.
You might have some developer who does not want to be burdened by Git hooks. So make sure you get some buy-in from your development team before implementing a solution.
And of course, lastly, some secrets are going to slip through, like the solution itself, of course, whatever regular expressions or other things that you're using in your solution are not necessarily going to be 100%, so that this process isn't a replacement for doing good and thorough code reviews and other good coding practices, but it's a prop up to help you and support you in that process. So you might not necessarily want to have to write your own solution completely from the ground, as we did with ours. You could, if that's the case, there are open source solutions to help you out there. Two notable examples are these two here, which one provided by AWS and the other Yelp's Detect Secrets, both of which are based on using Git hooks.
So whatever approach you use, make sure it works for what you're trying to achieve. So Git hooks are pretty easy to set up. It was a one-line code, as you saw in the example, for a specific secret we're trying to find. It can help you keep your secrets out of your code base. As long as you're checking for the things you want to keep out of there, it'll work well for you. You can also complement your code review and secure coding principles.
Just leave you with the slide of our organization. Miguel and I work for Veritol, and thank you. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
So thank you very much for listening to our presentation, And we hope you enjoy the rest of Snykcon. Thank you very much.
Snyk wouldn't be where we are today without our incredible customers. And that's why we'd like to take this opportunity during Snykcon to recognize some of the remarkable things our customers are doing and the ways in which we're partnering together with us. We're inspired by these teams and would like to take a few moments to celebrate them. The first award is the Early Adopter Award, recognized early adopters and product influences of Snyk product capabilities.
A true early adopter, we are excited to recognize Skyscanner. Oliver and the team at Skyscanner are always looking forward to trying our new features, and they provide us with extremely valuable feedback. The team has built custom reporting around Snyk, and they have a very unique use case to help drive adoption of Snyk internally.
Next, we have the Innovator Award, recognizing the customer who has pushed the envelope in their use of Snyk.
We're happy to acknowledge Australia Post. Gil Azaria and the Australia Post team overcame the Snyk Gradle challenges by building their own Snyk Gradle plugin. They also wanted to be able to monitor multiple project branches and the associated commits, and consulted closely with our product and tech services teams to help define the requirements, enabling us to successfully deliver a feature that will be valuable to other large Snyk enterprise customers as well. Thirdly, Australia Post is using a Nucleus connector to aggregate Snyk issues, SAST vulns, infra scanning tools, and manual assessments all in one place. Great success story with Australia Post. We have a great innovation story to share with Reddit. Spencer and the Reddit team are often leveraging Snyk's capabilities via the API, and even went as far as to write a script that will automatically scan your GitHub repos to determine if a new repo has been added. They then automatically import this into Snyk. In true open source fashion, Spencer has also posted his solution so other Snyk customers can benefit.
Next, we have the Advocate Award, recognizing the exceptional customer who realized and evangelized Snyk's value.
A fantastic Snyk advocate, we are excited to recognize Auth0. Auth0 is a fantastic partner of many years to Snyk. Marcin is a true evangelist, always willing to join different panels and conversations. He speaks highly about Snyk and our product. Thank you so much, Marcin.
This award is our DevSecOps All-Star Award, recognizing the customers whose cohesive DevSecOps strategy has effectively leveraged Snyk.
Our DevSecOps All-Star Award is also one of our Snykcon keynotes and an absolute all-star. This award goes to Rally Health. DJ joined Rally Health early in 2020, coming from Sonatype. He was tasked with building out their software security program and immediately prioritized SCA as a key pillar in their DevSecOps strategy. DJ's knowledge of the DevSecOps movement quickly aligned with Snyk's vision. DJ is now leveraging Snyk's GitHub Actions integration to enable a truly dev-first experience for Rally's developers. Another incredible customer, this award goes to Opera. Wojciech and the whole Opera team have managed to set their processes in a way that really pushes us towards constant improvements. Their workflow is well-defined, optimized, and completely automated, which saves them time and effort in achieving great results with Snyk.
Thank you all for helping us celebrate these incredible customers, and congratulations to all of our customer award recipients.
Okay, so we are back and live, and we're going to wrap up the day just now, and then we're going to have some fun happy hour. So, what happened today? Well, it was a pretty amazing day, absolutely packed with content. First of all, the announcement of the new Snyk cloud native application security platform, and of course that included Snykcon, Snyk's developer first SaaS product, which is absolutely incredible, and I'm looking forward to chatting to lots of people about that already. Other things, we mentioned the Snyk customer awards, which is something that happened in the lightning talks. Really pleased. In fact, if I bring my oh, look at that, what do I want? That one, that's better. If I bring the awards, big congratulations to everyone who's mentioned here. We have Marcin from Auth0 and Mega from Salesforce for the Advocate Awards. We have Gil and Spencer from Australia Post and Reddit, respectively, for the Innovator Awards. We have DJ for the DevSecOps All-Star Awards from Rally Health, and also Wasiec from Opera for the DevSecOps All-Star Award, and Skyscanner Oliver from for the Early Adopter Award. So a big congratulations to all of them. Very much deserved. Brian, I'd love to hear a little recap from you about some of the things which you heard which stuck out for you during the day today.
It was an amazingly packed day, and well, there are a bunch of talks I really liked. One of them was the exit stage left by Kelly Sordrich. I mean, she was talking about the cultural thing. So how InfoSec, she compared it to a drama. So how InfoSec is there and only talking and is basically the prima donna and is putting a lot of drama up that they are the only ones that care about security, and that doesn't fall good with developers and that kind of stuff. So that was very interesting how she made that comparison. And I love the phrase, like, if DevOps is like a building, security smashes into it like the Kool-Aid man. And that made me laugh actually. But I think it's a very good one. If you didn't watch that, to watch that back, because it typically described what the cultural problem of the whole security mindset is. The other talk I really liked was about threat modeling, and how you do threat modeling more as a user story by Alyssa Miller. And she explained how threat modeling, like if you read the books on it, is a very complex and technical exercise. And if you put it more back to the basics, that it would actually better fit into the DevOps and the Agile mindset. So these two talks were really an eye-opener for me personally. So yeah, great.
Yeah, I was listening into a number of sessions as well, and a couple of them that stuck out for me. James Governor led a really good panel. Included Andrew Martin, Ant Stanley, and Maya Kazarowski, talking about how IAC is a big product of DevOps, and how you get so many insecure defaults in Kubernetes and infrastructure as code. Of course, the Kubernetes team and others have been working very hard in terms of how to remove that. But one of the key takeaways for me there is just the importance of testing in general for to have a really good, well-working, trustworthy DevOps pipeline, and how we can learn lessons from AppSec into the container space, into the config space, and some really good analogies. I think it was Andrew made some really good analogies of how we can consider security just to be another QA style test, and how we can learn from the fact that QA does many different tests, from integration through acceptance and unit tests, and how we need to learn similar methods with security. Also, I saw the Salman session. I knew a fair amount of it as well, but it's great to hear the summary from Danny Granda talking about the malicious Minstrel SDK used by thousands of applications, iOS applications and Android applications, affecting over 1.2 billion users. And ultimately the Snyk security team was searching around for dodgy code, looking for things that didn't look right. They found some obfuscated code looking like some kind of base64 style encoding, things that did some method swizzling, and ultimately it led to ad attribution fraud, leaking sensitive data, RCE on Android platforms. Really interesting, some research and things like that. Brian, tomorrow's another day, although we still do have the happy hour, which I'm really, really looking forward to. What are the kind of things you're looking forward to tomorrow?
There are some things. There are some keynotes that I really look forward to. One of the keynotes is from Wendy Nather, where she talks about from control to collaboration and democratizing security. So that one is very interesting. I read the abstract, so that's one I'm really looking forward to. Of course, the keynote, the fireside chat by Guy Podjarny and Adrian Ludwig from Atlassian. And the other one that seems for me as a developer very interesting is, why are there no incentives for security in open source? Like, we use a lot of open source, and security is a big issue also for our company. So I'm also looking forward to that more technical talk by Matteo Collina. So there are a bunch of things, and I'm very fortunate that I will be here tomorrow again. So I think it will be great. It will be just as great as today. Definitely.
Absolutely. So same bat time, same bat place. Looking forward to the next day. So Brian, for now, I really, really appreciate you being on. My pleasure to co-host Snykcon with you today, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we will start again from 9 a.m. Eastern time. Which is 6 a.m. for the folks in the Pacific, and about 2 p.m. in the afternoon for the folks in London. For me, it's at 3 p.m. so I can sleep in. So I'm heading over to the bar to get my first beer, and I would say cheers to you all. And I know that the after party will be amazing. So thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Brian. See you again. Speak to you soon. Okay, so we are now at the happy hour. So what is happy about it? Well, a good friend of mine, Sam Aaron, is going to be joining us very shortly. And I've known Sam for many, many years, actually. Sam, Dr. Sam, I believe. And Sam's going to do something which, for those of you who haven't seen live music coding, live DJing through code before, this is gonna blow you away. And it's one of those kind of things whereby if you have seen this before, you just know you're going to really enjoy it as well. So I very much encourage you to grab a drink, whether that be a coffee, whether that be I don't know, a soft drink, a beer, a glass of wine, and just relax and listen to some amazing sounds and some amazing insights from Mr. Sam Aaron. Why don't I bring him in and we can chat to Sam right now. Sam!
Hi, can you hear me? Is it working?
I can. You're a touch loud there, Sam.
Yeah, you asked me to be louder and I'm too loud now, I guess.
I know.
It's testing.
That's it. That's about actually a tiny bit higher than that. Somewhere in the middle, maybe. Okay. Yeah, in the green screen, we were saying, Sam, you need to be louder. Sam, you need to be louder. And then it's like, Sam, too loud. Excellent. Well, Sam, a big welcome to Snykcon. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yes, good. Good.
And where are you calling in from today? I mean,
I'm
that
calling
looks
in
like
from my home studio in Cambridge, in England.
It's amazing. It looks like some kind of broadcasting studio in there. So you've done an amazing job setting us up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of technology that I have no control over. So if anything works, it's going to be a miracle. So I'm super happy.
Awesome. So Sam, tell us about what live coding is. Tell us about how you got into it.
So I went, how long have you got? I was at a Java conference in Denmark about 15 years ago, I think. And it was cool. I had a great time. And afterwards they had a party and they sort of found all the different members of the Java community that could play various instruments. And they found a bassist and a guitarist and a singer and a drummer, and they brought them together and they played, which was really fun and cool. But I was thinking, whilst watching that, maybe I'd had too many beers, perhaps, thinking, surely a coding sort of technical conference shouldn't have traditional instruments. Surely we should be able to code the music. Like, it's sort of a crazy idea. And so I started looking around and found actually people have been doing this for many years. It was not a new thing at all. And so then I started on this path of figuring out how can I get from where I am now, which is somewhere in the audience, to being the person on stage that could actually be presenting the idea of code as a performance mechanism, as a medium for communication, as expression. And so the journey from there till now has been sort of I thought actually it's one of those things where you think, it's going to take me a few months to taking me 15 years.
Excellent. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about, what you've got around you, what's someone who, because I know Snyk Pi, which is one of the things that you're going to be using, can be used by anyone, right? And it's something that's encouraged by you to kind of like get people on board. Talk to us a little bit about what you're using, and then why don't we go into a little bit of demonstration?
That's a good point, actually. So maybe I can see if I can show some stuff on a screen. How's that going to work? If I use this.
Yeah, if you share your screen, I'll pop it up.
I should be able to actually mix it in on this.
Oh,
thing
cool,
here.
cool.
If I say here and just transition. Can you see my browser?
Awesome, I can. Let me see if I can do something. Oh no, not that. Why don't I make you? So there we go.
If this is visible. Oh no, that's not me at all. Overtone. So I wrote this thing with a friend called Jeff Rose. Oh, I can't even find overtone closure. This is my first attempt at doing something like this. I should have actually. Here we are. And this is a tool that was my first attempt, me and Jeff's first attempt, to try and do exactly what I was saying before, about how do we get on stage and perform. And it was I took a system called Super Collider, which is a super powerful open source synthesis engine. It's kind of like these Eurorack modules, but in code, really, really powerful and flexible. I built a Clojure front. Well, me and Jeff built a Clojure front end on top of that allowed us to code and program this thing. And then I collaborated with my brother-in-law, Jonathan Graham, and we formed a band together called Meta X, which is like the keyboard shortcut for Emacs. And we started touring these conferences doing this thing. And this was huge fun, and but had a number of issues. One was that people came up to us and said, "This is amazing. How on earth do I do this?" And I just didn't really have a simple way of saying this is how you copy it, because I was using this really elaborate Emacs config. I was using a Clojure environment that most people hadn't really seen before, and when they had to not just learn Clojure, they had to learn synthesis, design. Like, you couldn't trigger a sound, you had to design a sound. There was a lot of concepts all together which were massive barriers to entry, which meant that nobody really could easily get started. It was just, you had to invest too much effort and energy to even begin to do something basic. And so that really felt like a problem. And then as I was working on this, I was working at the Cambridge University Computer Laboratory, and my contract was about to end, and the Raspberry Pi span out of the university, and they were selling like hotcakes. And there was like an opportunity to build something fun, because obviously that focus of the Raspberry Pi was on children and education. Build something fun that might engage kids in programming. So I was thinking I could take this idea of Overtone, figure out a much simpler, a basic version of that I can go into a school and engage children in the basics of programming, but instead of doing sorting algorithms, or like data structures in sort of their most abstract sense, I could use beats and rhythms and melodies and harmonies and sick drops. And so that's what Snyk Pi was a sort of a simplified version of Overtone, designed for school children in classes. And weirdly, I thought that Overtone was going to be my tool of artistic expression. That's the powerful system that I could imagine building all sorts of crazy cool things with, and Snyk Pi was going to be my simple tool for teaching kids, and maybe if they wanted to transition from Snyk Pi, they might go to Overtone or one of the many other wonderful live coding languages. It's really cool. You should check out this. Like, this cool thing about live coding languages is there's people have designed all sorts of different languages to express themselves in different ways. So there's stuff like Ixylang and Gibber and tidal cycles. There's many, many, many more, which all have different ways of doing synthesis and sound and expression. And so I thought people would move on from Snyk Pi to one of these languages. But I hadn't realized that in designing these kinds of systems, when programmers typically talk about power of expression, I think often they talk about it. Well, I certainly talked about it in terms of a timeless way. So, given an infinite amount of time, I could find a solution in this language which is elegant. And so, like, you hear this all the time, like, oh, that way of coding this thing could be much more elegant. And so, given an infinite amount of time, this is how you might express it in a beautiful way. And when you're performing on stage, you don't have an infinite amount of time. You have zero time. So it turned out that even though Snyk Pi was much less expressive in terms of what you could build with an infinite amount of time, what you could build in a short amount of time was much greater. And that turned out to be more expressive in the domain of performance. And so once I discovered that, I never turned back, and I've always been playing with Sonic Pi since. And so Overtone's kind of, the people playing with it, which is cool, but it's never really seen any attention from me since then.
Interesting. So why don't we, I tell you what, I think we need a demo, right? Why don't we jump into a demo, see what it can do, and then why don't we just go, then we'll take a step back and start learning about how to build it up. So why don't we jump in?
So that was the thing with Overtone, is like you couldn't do anything without lots and lots of complicated concepts. The whole thing about Sonic Pi is that every single feature inside Sonic Pi is designed for a 10-year-old child. I've spent thousands of hours watching children use this thing, been surprised about how they've interacted with it, and taken all their observations and folded it back into the design to ensure that all the concepts, all the abstractions are simple enough. And we can see actually pretty quickly, we don't just do sequential programming and if statements and conditionals and those very basic things you might find on a computer science curriculum. We're also going to do extremely quickly multi-threading, event states, distributed programming, lots more fun stuff like that. And also things like deterministic programming as well. Where the same music is always, same code is always going to produce the same music. So, and again, of course, this system is free. It's open source. You just download it from sonicpi.net, and it's an app which runs on Windows. It runs on Mac. It's also pre-installed on a Raspberry Pi. And when you open it, you get sort of a text environment like this. You can type in. So this is like not requiring, like, so when I went to the classrooms, like, can you imagine going in and trying to teach Emacs or trying to teach IntelliJ or any of these sort of fancy editors? It was already quite hard to actually get the children to sit down and pay attention, never mind open up this fancy editor and do all these wizards. So here we need to make the simplest thing we could do that could actually produce some sound. And so here we are, the play 70 makes a note. Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear that. That sounds like 70. That sounds like 70 to me.
Yeah. So what does the hell does this number mean? Well, you don't really need to know, to be honest. All you need to know is higher numbers make higher sounds and lower numbers make lower sounds, really. And so I used to meet lots of, in the early days of working on these things, lots of musicians who had studied Western music and theory, and often I'd hear, it was quite surprising, people saying I wish I could unlearn all their theory. So if you don't have any music theory, that actually is an opportunity for you to work without those constraints and without those sort of that focus and that lens, and that can allow you to do creative things that other people might struggle to do when they can only think in terms of Western theory. And so what do I mean by Western theory? Well, these numbers here happen to map onto numbers on a piano. So every integer up, let's go to, I can't type properly because I'm obviously too nervous to talk to everybody here. So 87, come on Samuel. Notice when I'm crossing myself, I call myself Samuel rather than Sam. There we are. So these integers are successive notes on a piano, but also we're not constrained by integers. We can use floats, so we can actually do notes in between the notes on a piano. That's kind of like on a guitar, you might bend the string. On a violin, you slide your finger up and down the violin. Is it the fretboard? I don't know what it's called. The bridge? I don't know. The neck?
Yeah, fretboard. Fretboard,
yeah. So you have access here to any frequency that you can perceive, that your speakers can produce, essentially, from as low to as high as you want. And that's fun, actually. It's a game to play, fun for all the family. Take this number, make it higher and higher and higher till you can't hear it anymore. And that's like a hearing test. And you'll find as you get older, that number is lower than when you're younger. And then see what the dogs can hear as well. That's super high. So now you have access to all the different notes. The next thing is to think about what you might do when you play, say, two notes. You might be surprised here to find actually it plays them simultaneously. So Sonic Pi, even though it's trying to be sort of looks like a sequential language, where you're doing line 1 and then line 2, actually there's a lot of crazy stuff going underneath the hood to do fancy stuff to make it actually a useful musical instrument. So in this case, because both of those lines of code have no separation in terms of time, I've not talked about time at all, they happen simultaneously at the same time. And that's sample accurately at the same time. So that's 1 over 44,100 of a second if you've got a standard audio rate on your sound card. Within that fraction of time, that's when these two notes are playing. And so if we want to make a melody, We just need to have these extra command, which is sleep, which tells the computer to go to sleep for 1 second in this case. So we're playing note 60, waiting for a second, and then playing note 70. And this is actually all you need to do to go into a classroom, and children, once they've learnt these 2 commands, have access to the ability to make, well, to reproduce or to create any melody they've ever heard or ever will hear. Because certainly in Western music, melodies are pitches, which note to play, high or low, and when to play them. And you have both of those sort of abstractions here, the integer of the play, or the number of the play, and the number of the sleep separates those plays. You can play things at the same time as you've seen before, so you can do chords. And so you can take this basic abstractions and you can encode Daft Punk, or you can encode Mozart, or nursery rhymes, or theme from Frozen. And I gave taught these 2 lines of code to my 6-year-old niece at the time, and she had written, I think it was about 100 lines of code without stopping. And I said, "That's amazing." And she said, "I'm not finished yet." And she was carrying on. So yeah, so this is the introductory part. This is how to get started. And for me, this is a critical thing. You don't need to know anything about synthesizers or sound design or effects or studios or any of that stuff. You just need to know, do you like the number 60? No. Well, do you want a higher number or a lower number? Keep changing it until you find something you like.
And Sam, when you talk about this to like kids, and do you mostly like present this to kids who like to enjoy playing around with it, or is it also adults? Because you mentioned these 2 commands. I know my youngest is a 4-year-old. He will accept the command play, but he won't accept the command sleep right now.
That's very true. Yes, you're tired. No, I'm not tired. So I found actually that This is super basic. When you go to a school, for example, this is what you would start off in terms of a workshop. But actually, what really helps is if you go and give an assembly, or you start off the workshop by giving a demonstration of what you can do, where you can take it. So, like if you're going to go in with a guitar, you wouldn't go in and the first thing you do is play every note one by one. I guess that's what I'm doing here, really boring approach. You'd actually do some sort of crazy guitar solo, and the kids would go, "Whoa, that's cool. How do I do that?" And then you say, "Well, okay, this is how you start." And then you break it down to the simple initial steps to take before you can then advance and become, hopefully, as virtuosic with the instrument. So yes, if I'm doing an assembly at schools, I'll start off with something more expressive. But this works. The interesting thing here is that it seems to me that music crosses all, at least all the cultural boundaries I've seen. It seamlessly crosses them. So there have been kids in schools making music with Sonic Pi. There have been adults making music in Sonic Pi. There have been artists. There have been teachers. There was a bus from Finland which drove to sort of, I think it was 12 to 14 different African countries and taught 2,000 African women how to code with this system. And for me, that was a beautiful thing to see, because it clearly demonstrated that this system can actually cross the cultural boundaries, that where music has a very different meaning and different approaches to music are very different. And it was able to work extremely well in that context, just as well as it works here in the UK and in America and in Finland and Australia and elsewhere, India. And actually, there's a lot of Japanese users, actually, I'm seeing on Twitter, going crazy, making crazy acid techno with the system.
Yeah. So what would be the next step then in terms of to actually turn this more into a beat or turn this more into a track?
So the next thing, I guess, so first of all, you can actually realize that this play has a few things. So what you might want to do is you might want to realize that this is the basic sound. It's like a sine wave. It's a simple beep. You can change the sound. So I can change the sound with use synth here, and I can change it, say, the Prophet sound. Sounds a bit weird, but if I change it, say E1, you can also use symbols to represent music if that means anything to you. Maybe make it a bit louder, and then maybe make the release time longer. Maybe make a cut-off sound. Okay, so you can start to play around and modify the sounds. Each of these synthesizers is like a full synthesizer with about 20 to 30 different controls and knobs to manipulate. These are all documented. You can go into there. So you don't just have access to basic beeps. You have quite a sophisticated range of different synthesizers to work with, and each of those synthesizers has key value pairs. As you can see here, this release, this cutoff are key value pairs which describe the name of the control and the value of the control. And each of these values, like 8 and the cutoff here, which I think, what was it, 990, these can all be variables, or they could be randomization, or they can actually be values read from external events, or from MIDI controllers. You can do sorts of cool stuff with this. So you're not just limited to these basic numbers. So you have the valid. So now you can do melodies, and you can do melodies with lots of different kinds of sounds, and you can control the style, the timbre of the sound with these different options. But of course, sometimes it's much easier to go with a microphone and record a sound. And so we have access to samples, and here we have a bunch of sort of built-in samples. So let's look at the arm end break, which is a famous, well, let's not look at the 3D printer one. Loop arm in. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear that loud enough? And so we've got our arm end break. And so we can now play that at different rates. I can play that half speed, play it at rate 2. I can mess around with it. I can even do things like play it back in reverse. So we have access to be able to take these samples and manipulate them and stretch them and reverse them and shrink them and play around with them. And another fun thing is to use this onset option, which treats the, let's make it a bit louder. And my keyboard skills are losing me. Amplitude 3, say. So now I have this sample as if it's sort of a data structure, a list or an array, where I can index in with an integer. So I'm finding the 5th point in that sound where I've got energy from quiet to loud. So that's a nice thing. It sort of does automatic feature detection on the WAV file, gives you the ability to access those different onsets. And this is a lot of fun, because at this point then you just have to then add one more thing, which is a loop. So Sonic Pi, they're called live loops, and we'll get into that in a moment if you're interested. Let's call that foo, and let's sleep for, and say, an 1/8 of a beat. And now I'm looping around over that onset. And I can obviously then change this onset and live switch it around without losing a beat. So this is a thread running, executing. That thread is managing its own time, and it's not losing a beat, and it's completely not drifting. I've written sort of mathematical papers describe the timing model underneath this. But what's really fun is randomly picking drums from that sample. And so you can now then switch the sample across, say, to a guitar sample. And you can use the same algorithm, the same sort of approach on a different sample to get a fundamentally different sound. So we're actually taking a guitar sound and slicing it up and messing around with it. So now we have access to synthesizers and melodies. We have access to the playback sounds that we've recorded and to manipulate them in really fancy ways. And then we're starting to see actually now this fundamental algorithm, I guess, or approach for doing live coding in Snyk, which is the live loop, which is this ability to loop something around. And whilst it's looping, for it to be modified. So I can go back in here, go back to the arm break, I can do some fun trick like this. I can like do iteration inside the live loop, which is kind of pointless. I'm sort of doing 7 times picking and then looping around and then doing another 7 times. This here gives me the ability to do things like have fun with the random seeds, random streams. So I'm going to reset the random stream, and now I have this repeating rhythm. So I can mess around with random streams. In this case, what's critical here is the random stream is not a global stream; it's actually thread local. So you can have multiple threads, all with their own randomization system, which don't interweave and don't manipulate each other. They're isolated, which actually is pretty critical when you actually want to bring other elements in. So if I give the drummer sort of this algorithm to work with, and then I give a bass player a similar algorithm but with bass samples, but if then somehow, because they're sharing the same randomization system, they bleed together and interact, that's not sort of reproducible. So here in this system, the randomization system is actually entirely thread local and deterministic and isolated. Make sense?
So yeah, so far so good. You're impressing some people on chat, believe me. I think there's a lot of people who want a new hobby.
Well, the thing is, right, everything I've shown you, I've gone now. I've given enough tools to actually have a crazy amount of fun already, and we haven't even got started. That's the thing is, I could talk about this for days. So I mean, we can have really easily add microphones and external synthesizers. We can have MIDI. Look, I've got this synthesizer here, which is a sort of standard analog synthesizer, which has a MIDI connection, And by changing the MIDI values on here, so the knobs, you can see this event stream. Oh, actually, no, you can't because my camera is in the way. Let's go just straight to the code. And so you can see on the right-hand side here, there's like sort of a stream of values floating through, pink and orange. And the pink is the description of the name of the event, and the orange is the values of the event. This goes into what I call time state. It's kind of like a tuple space. Think of it like a tuple space, where new values don't clog with the old values, but they get added to them. So it's sort of immutable data store. But time is a fundamental property. So it's a timed, sequential, immutable data store. So when you put a value in, you put it in, and it puts it in at the current sort of logical time. But when you extract a value, you get it at a specific time. So you can say, get me the value at time t, get me the value at time delta. Or you can say, wait for the next value that matches this particular string. And that allows you to then react to events coming in for the system. And these can be MIDI events, as this MIDI knob, or you can send open sound control messages over the network via UDP, so you can connect computers together, or you can connect your Snyk Pi to a visualizer, or all sorts of crazy things you can consider. But yeah, you now have the ability to deal with internal and external events and to work with that. And then I can also trigger my MIDI device. So if I say MIDI E1, so let's make it last for 0.1 seconds, and I'm going to use ports. So I'm going to use, what's the keyboard shortcut for quote? There, Moog Siren, this one's called. So if I run that code, I now have an unexpected something or other. What's going on? So MIDI E1, sustain 0.1, port, Moog Siren, A there, and it's also sleep. If you don't sleep in your live loop, you're essentially asking the computer to do an infinite amount of iterations in 0 time. And luckily, it will actually not do that for you. It says no, impossible. So I run this code, and on my synthesizer, I can see the MIDI events coming in, and it is actually generating audio, but you can't hear that. And you can't hear that because the audio is coming into out. Well, if you were to plug your headphones, so you'd come around to my house, plug your headphones into the synthesizer, you'd be able to hear it. But luckily, I've also got an audio cable going into my sound card, and it's going into one of the inputs. And so all I need to do here is to tell the computer to route that audio, so route this live audio from input, I think it's on input 2 on my sound card. And let's make it quite loud. And now I have got I need to get rid of that comma. No, oh no, sorry, you also need to give live audio names. Let's call it in Moog. There we are. So this is, you're hearing now the sound of an analog synthesizer being controlled and manipulated by code. It's just essentially just triggering E1 lots of times. But I can do all sorts of fun things. I can create a ring. Actually, let's just do octaves. Let's do 3, and let's make an arpeggiator. Tick through those octaves. Or I can use a scale. Let's go for like a minor pentatonic scale. Or I can make an error. So this is another critical thing. If you're live coding, don't use one live loop, because if you make a mistake, which you will do, then everything stops. And that's not really what you want. What you really want to do is you want to have some kind of backup. So let's do that now. So let's have another live loop. Let's call it beats. Let's synchronize that live loop with this one, so we can start. So this is not just concurrency. This is concurrency where concurrency has multiple threads of execution at the same time. This is timed concurrency where these threads are actually in time with each other, not playing at the same time, but with each other. So I'm asking the beats thread to have sort of a thread barrier on the foo, but also to share its logical clocks, so they're actually in complete sync. So what do I mean by that? Like I'm going to play a sample like bass drum house, amplification 3, C for half a beat, and now I've got this kick drum going, and it's in time. I can add like a low pass filter on that kick drum. I can also, let me just run this code, because we haven't talked about this yet, but I also have access to the ability to play external samples. So I can create another live loop. Let's call it beats 2 for synchronize this for beats. And in here I'm going to sync for 8 bars. And I'm going to do a sample like E-bits, beats, say 4, let's go for 7, let's stretch that for 8, and now we have the ability to E-bit beats. No, I haven't got that one. Why not? Now we have a demo effect. Or maybe it's beats. There we are, yeah. Now we have 3 of these live loops running at the same time. We can start to play around with them. And we have like Mars, Acid, 7, beat stretch that to that's slightly rather than stretch that, just play that loudly. And notice that when I update the code, it's only the next time around the live loop that new code is on it. So it gives a clear point in the code for that modification to actually occur. So it doesn't randomly just happen. You're able to control. I can comment stuff out. And comment things like this. Comment one out, next time around, the live loop, the beat is going to stop. Notice that the acid sound is still going because that's a really long sample, so that's playing for its full duration. Actually, this is in C, so I should probably change this to C. Maybe go for the octaves So I could take the acid sound, and I can bring it over here, and instead of play the whole sample, I can play on the offset, which I before. Play a half speed. Yep, and at this point, right, we're pretty much in sort of Snykcon mode, so we definitely get the dark to get the effect right. And we're playing, so we can. This is I've shown you now different sounds, ways to produce melodies, way to reproduce pre-recorded sounds, a way to actually time those through time very precisely, a way to actually loop them, have those loops run concurrently, to use deterministic randomization within those loops, to be able to take the samples and automatically to do feature detection of them, to figure out where those onsets are, to then to take say a drum sample and work within each individual drum as an element in an array or list, and to seamlessly bring those things together where you have multiple of these threads. They're kind of like band members, which are able to work not just at the same time, which is concurrency, but in time with each other, which is a critical thing. And that was really a lot of the innovation that went into the system, is figuring out how to do that in a way that actually is 10-year-old ready, like something that you can actually teach to a 10-year-old child. Now, everything I've shown you so far, I have taught to a 10-year-old child, and that's many 10-year-old children. And also, as you say before, like not just children, but adults, people who are interested, people who have an open mind, can start to use a system like this to understand that code is not just a tool for business apps. You know, that's not just a tool for doing web apps or apps in general on the iPhone. Or it's a tool for expression. And just like the written language is a tool for writing legal documents, that's not its only use. We can also use this written language to write poems and love letters and rap lyrics and to-do lists for shopping and all sorts of interesting things that actually allow us as humans to express ourselves in new ways. And I honestly believe that code is a tool for exactly that, and we just haven't yet really started to explore its full potential beyond the things which really have a direct business appeal and business value. And I think that's something that I'm personally interested in, but I also really strongly believe that it's something that actually, when you would take that approach, it allows you to engage a broader audience of people who wouldn't necessarily have found programming interesting in its own right. And I think that's, to me, that's one of my goals. It's not just, if we talk about children, I don't want to find children who are just like me. We don't want more white guys with beards programming. You know, we want a much broader range of people. And so asking white guys with beards what got them excited about programming would always give you the answers like sorting algorithms. And that can be very exciting to a subset of people, but I think we need to broaden that to find a different ways of triggering people that gets them excited. And I honestly think music is an amazing tool for that. It just sweeps across all the boundaries, and people have completely different musical tastes, but they all have musical tastes. And you can reproduce from Daft Punk to operas to Mozart to all sorts of crazy. There's people making really amazing Indian music with this. And the next version we're going to have non-Western scales introduced. We can have different kinds of tuning mechanisms. That we're really free from the sort of the Western sort of perspective of music to really break out and do amazing different things, which I hope and believe is going to be appealing to a really wide set of people. So don't just listen to the music I've just made, which is actually the simplest music you can make with very simple loops, but really start to think about what else you could do creatively with the system that really is the kind of music that you would want to express yourself with, and make a band with your friends, like to get together, sit in a coffee shop, get a pair of headphone splitters, sit together and start to program some music and figure out what it is that you like, and recognize that if you're going to learn a system like this, that like any instrument, you have to practice. And for the first 6 months to a year, it's going to sound pretty awful. And that's not a problem. It's just understanding how to make the sounds, what the sounds do. And then eventually you start to make really interesting sounds, typically by surprise. But of course, once you've made a sound that sounds cool, even if it's random, like you've surprised yourself, just copy and paste that code, email it to a friend, let them hear it. Let them tweak it and send the tweaks back to you and go, oh, that's cool. And take it to different places. And once you practice it enough, you get to a phase where you can actually start to read the code and have a good understanding of the kinds of sounds it's going to produce. And that's actually a really beautiful moment. But even more beautiful than that is if you keep persevering after that, you can do the next stage, which I think is the most exciting stage of all, which is to start to imagine the sounds in your head and be able to know what code to write to reproduce that. And that's really when the expression starts to become a very beautiful personal experience. And that cool thing about that is that the code that you write, the music that you make, is going to be your music, not my music. And that's a very exciting thing for me personally, is to see and hear all the amazing things people do, which I wouldn't have predicted.
Well,
Does that answer your question?
Incredibly, 100%, incredibly inspiring, really, really inspiring. And it's it's amazing how, just a few lines of code can really make such, what sounds like complex kind of beats and music. It's very, very inspiring as well to hear you talk about the impact and the what you can do with it.
I mean, like in terms of impact, there's a really amazing music institution in London which engages with school children. They hired the Royal Albert Hall out for a performance, and they brought in all the schools from a large section of London to come and perform. And they involved it was 4 different choirs, 3 different orchestras. There was wind bands, there was guitar quartets, there was steel bands. There was a whole range, a plethora of all the kinds of bands that were in that. I think it was Northern London region, which was unbelievable. And they got a composer, Charlotte Harding, to compose a unique bespoke piece for them all, so they could all practice this and bring it together. And the most exciting part is that this musical institute, the Lyric in Hammersmith, they also were using Sonyk Pi as an instrument, and they'd had regular weekly sessions, and they had a Sonyk Pi teacher, and she collaborated with me, and we got together and we worked with 2 of the children in that class. We brought them together to make a quartet, a live coding quartet, and we performed together with this huge orchestra in the Royal Albert Hall. And so that, for me, was a really beautiful moment to see code really as an actual instrument in a real sort of environment of music, the Royal Albert Hall. and really cool to see all the other kids who are like in their choirs looking at the kids working with me with big fat synthesizers and crazy beats going, oh, wish I was the kid doing the synthesizers and doing the singing. So that was a really beautiful moment to be able to see that.
Absolutely incredible. So yeah, we've got about 20 minutes left or so. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to switch across streams onto the other side. So Patrick in the background, I'll prod you verbally there. And one interesting question that we have had in from Pierre is, well, not so much a question, but a request. Sure. The request is, do you do any songs by ABBA? No, that's not the request. The request is,
I didn't actually get asked, but I was playing at a gig for some consultants, some software consultants. They came up to me and said, can you do Spice Girls? I was like, no, I can't.
Consultants, eh? Okay, so the request is, can you take samples from existing speakers today? Now, I think you might even have some samples previously. I'm not sure if you have them.
We talked about this, actually, yeah. So the thing to do, right, and this actually shows you how to use external samples. So I was just doing quickly, showing you can do it. You just need to get a folder. Here's a folder with some samples. Here's a couple of WAV files. I'm just going to drag this one across into here, and it will then just print me out the path to that sample. And that's just a string. And I just write the word sample in front of it, and now I have
Snyk, Snook, Snyk, Snyk, Snook, Snyk.
This is the age-old question of what is the company's name?
I think we gave you 4 samples, Sam. Only one was mine. Why did we have to choose this one?
So we can take yours, Simon, and we can play it at half speed. Yeah, or we can chipmunk cube.
Snyk.
Yeah, or yeah, we did have another sample. Let's find this one, and then let's go for this one. And a sample here.
Developer first security. Cloud native application security. Developer first security. Developer first.
This one came in as one ear, so I can actually use an effect in Sonic Pi.
Snyk. Snook.
Lots of all these things called mono, to take any sample or any sound essentially and just make it
developer first security.
So what we can do with this actually is it's fun. So let's make it a bit louder.
Snyk.
That's too loud. That's far too loud.
Snook. Developer first security.
Put in a live loop. Let's do the same
cloud
trick we did
native
before,
application security. Snyk.
Wait for a short amount of time before repeating, and then do an onset of like 0, 1. Or we can pick a random onset. This is way cooler than the buzzwords before already, right? I can also add an envelope over the sound. And I can do the same trick where I can just introduce a bass drum, I can sync it with foo. Let's just go to beats straight away. Sample. So this here, this foo groove is actually a function which I've defined in another buffer, which returns a directory representing a list of samples, and I can actually just index into that directory. So let's go for grooves 1, beat checks, that's 8. Now we've got sort of the sneak beats. Cool, isn't it? Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, that sounds awesome. You might want to turn your volume up on your voice as well.
This is true. Yes. Testing. Turn this one down. There we are. Yeah, so we can work around with this. So we can mess around and have lots of fun. You can take this any sample, any sound, and you can do this. So yeah, you can have a lot of fun working with sounds and samples that you've recorded or that you've downloaded from the internet. That's often what I do. Is I'm interested in a specific genre of music. I'll go and either download free samples or buy a sample set from an artist that I really like and work with that sample set. So that's typically what I'll do. And I'll, in a moment, if you're interested, I can give a very short performance to finish off, where I'll do exactly that. I'll bring in the samples that I've downloaded that I like, with synthesizers that I like to play with, and just to bring it all together to just to have a lot of fun and to express myself in a way that feels me. And I think that's the critical thing, is that if anything of what I've said is actually resonates with you, hopefully it's not necessarily the music I'm making, because that's my music. Hopefully you can be able to see that this is a system, this is an approach that allows you to have a conversation. Because that was the other thing that got me as well, actually, a lot. Was I used to, certainly not anymore because I'm quite old, and also because of this ridiculous virus situation we're unfortunately in. But I used to get invited to parties. Did you get invited to parties?
Very rarely now.
Yeah, and when I go into a party, I mean, I knew it was going to be a loser, because people would ask me what I would do, and I would say I was a programmer. Like, I'd wear the stupid T-shirt, and that would be the end of the conversation. So now I lie. I say I'm a musician. And they're like, oh, cool, what do you play? Guitar, saxophone? Are you a DJ? Like, no, I play code. And I've got them at that point. So they're interested. And I think that's the critical thing. So we can use tools like this to have conversations about code with people who aren't programmers. And that's really, I think, the critical thing. We can really start to share our joys, share our passions, share our interests with people that we really struggle currently to talk to. If you try and talk to your friends in the pub about containers, it's not going to work very well. Shipping containers? No. Have you heard of Kubernetes? No. They're not going to be interested. So finding a domain which they actually already are naturally interested in, like music, and then embedding the code in that, and using that as a vehicle to share your ideas, I think actually is a really exciting and a successful one, at least for me. And now you don't have to just be invited to parties, you can become the party, which I think is the most exciting part.
Cool. So why don't we finish day one then with an awesome set? That sounds excellent.
So I can turn my lights down. Yeah, turn the lights down. Yeah, and I can also, I have somewhere the ability to make some crazy effects. Ooh, there we are, like this. And then
it's like that old 80s game. What was that game where you used to fly around like that?
Yeah, Elite.
Elite, that's it. Yeah.
That was amazing. That was. You had like sort of 10,000 something different planets you can visit, because they all were generated from a deterministic randomization system. And then I can switch across to like this, so that you can see me in full screen. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Or these kind of. Let's find another one that's like. Oh, I could do something like this. Whoa, let's mix the code together. Yeah. I don't know what you want to. Which one would you like? I need to practice with these different ones and see which one is like the fun ones to go with.
What'd be cool would be if you could change the lighting based on the style of music that's playing. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm. So the problem is that the I used to work with OpenGL shaders and ran them in the background. I had Emacs as in transparent mode, and the cool GSL shaders would come through, and that was my performance. And that was amazing. But it was like not something I can teach to a 10-year-old child. So I haven't figured out yet how to make the graphics part simple enough as it needs to be. So therefore, I haven't got that yet. But if people want to help me, please. I'd love any help and support. If you've got OpenGL skills or Qt skills, or you want to do some crazy visualizations with me, please help me and get involved. Right.
The chat are preferring the first lighting arrangement you had.
So let's go back to the first one. This one. Where were we? This one? Ooh.
Yeah, that one, I think.
Yeah, right, okay. And cool. I should be able to add the code as well, but I don't seem to be able to do that in this moment. Oh, HD60, so I just need to bring that across. Make that big. And I probably need to use not this one, but this one. And then... Oh, I'm taking too long now. There we are. So like this. Oh no, I'm showing you the preview. There we are. How about that?
Right. Yeah, there we go. That looks good.
Okay, cool. Right, so let's. I'll stop talking and make music until you tell me to stop, or until you stop the stream. So thank you so much for listening, everybody. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you had a great conference. And I'm going to play. And if you're interested in getting involved and doing this stuff, we have a really cool forums to ask your questions, where loads of cool programmers and artists and teachers are there helping you out and asking you questions. So please, hopefully I'll see some of you there. Cheerio. Oh, Oh, you're very welcome, very welcome. Right, okay, I'm going to turn my microphone off and I'm going to get started. All right, let's actually, before I do that, I'll just get some beats going. Sample, bass, Atmos 2. This is quite a nice one. Can we hear that? Right, okay. Cheerio!
Snyk.
Yeah.
Snyk.